What's going on, everyone? Out there in the decoding world. How's all my virtual friends and family doing? Whatever part of the world you're at, thank you for joining in. My name is Logan. This is Decode Your Reality, and welcome to another What's Your Question? Very special one because it's number 10, and I'm very fond of the 10. So welcome out, everybody, wherever you're at in this world today. Let me just change the music here, get a little ambient going, and wait for this thing to kick in and get organized with my voice and the microphone. I had a little computer trouble. I didn't think I was going to be able to get on for a minute. I was like, oh boy. All right, so happy Saturday, everyone. Happy Saturn Day. If you kind of sync up the calendar with the planets. It's where we get into trouble on Saturday nights, according to Elton John. All right, so I just need to find out. I'm just going to ask somebody here to let me know if my voice is in tune with my mouth moving. And you guys can let me know. Let me know if that's the case. Just looking at your comments. Oh no, someone's kid broke their arm today. Well, okay, great. Thanks, guys, for the feedback. Awesome. Okay, cool. So how's everybody doing? Especially in today's world, we have some uncharted waters that we're in right now. And, we're going to address a lot of things. Tonight we're going to, of course, do the collective consciousness card pull. And as I was walking into town today, here in Mexico, I was trying to think of a question to kind of collectively ask together. And I've kind of come up with, I always suggest to people that want to get a card pulled, if you don't know what a question would be for yourself, just ask what's the most important thing for you to focus on in life right now. So I thought that why not use that as a collective for the question tonight and the one card pull. So the question tonight, towards the end of this broadcast, this transmission, we're going to ask, what's the most important thing for the world to focus on in life right now? It's a really good question. What is going to be the most important thing for the entire world to focus on in life right now? We're all going to collectively come together, and we're starting to get bigger and bigger with the people that are coming on here. I'm just looking at my feedback here on my stream. If my stream gets out of whack, folks, just somebody please let me know, because I'm just still trying to figure this stuff out. But what is the most important thing for the entire world as a collective to focus on in life right now? Coming together. And so far, when we've done this, over the course of these previous weeks, those of you that have been here and partaken in the collective consciousness card reading, we've pulled some really interesting cards. And on top of that, not only are they interesting, but they've been super on point. They've been accurate. So I'm going to try to run through the backlog of the cards and kind of give you guys a little bit of maybe what you missed or a recap of what we did previously. What I'm also going to do tonight as well, I'm going to be going through some live decoding. That's right. Very special. I'm going to be doing some live decoding. I'm going to give all of you a sneak peek of my upcoming presentation called Prison Planet. That's right. I know many of you, I've been, this thing is just, I can't finish it because I keep doing other decodes and then I find other layers to add in, and so I've changed it. I've had it up to do it. I've had all my, I honestly, folks, I've probably made over 200 slides, no joke, for Prison Planet. And I could probably add on 100 more that are in a lot of the other videos and presentations that I've already presented to all of you. That's how extensive it is. So, I'm trying to find the cards that, oh, there's another one that we pulled, all of us. So I'm going to be doing tonight, I'm going to be doing some live, decoding for all of you, and I'm going to be doing my slides, sharing my screen, and part of it is Prison Planet, which again is, if you know my research and know my work, that's what I feel we're in. When we, of course, describe this layer of this reality. And of course, when you think of Prison Planet, like anytime you think you're going to be in prison, it may freak you out. When you put something in a cage, what's the first thing it wants to do? It wants to try to free itself. It wants to get out of that cage. And that's exactly the mentality that we all have when we feel that we're trapped inside of a prison, in a sense. That's what we do. It's automatic. It's kind of our instinct to go towards freeing ourselves from those chains and bonds. So, I'm going to be doing some live stuff with you folks. Okay. So let me get into some of your comments. Let me look into some of your comments. And folks, first and foremost, let me give a big shout out to all of you fellow decoders, all of you great male and females out there. Thank you for all your support, for your donations, your Patreons. Those of you that have got readings from me, thank you for allowing me to be the catalyst to give you keys to your kingdom. Thank you for watching the Decode Your Reality channel and commenting on the videos and giving your observations on what you saw. Thank all of you. Because we're strength in numbers. And, I'm at this point now, ladies and gentlemen, where make the truth your own. It's a matter of, like, as you know, in the beginning of most of my videos, I put in there that these are my opinions and truths, and I'm suggesting they're possibilities. So I'm kind of past the point of, like, trying to ram it down people's throat. I've been there, right? Standing my ground, defending what matters. And obviously sometimes it comes out. That's the ego, the identity that we stick to. But it's all about making the truth your own, because it's extremely possible, folks, that we are creating our own fractals. And because I'm just living in your world. I'm living in your world, you're living in mine. Almost 8 billion people are living in your world, and you're living in theirs. So it's very possible we're creating our own fractals. And whatever we believe in our minds, that's what's going to happen for us when we pass on through the stage of death. And, death is just a doorway into another dimension. That's what I feel anyway. So it's all a matter of making the truth your own. I present to you information based upon my code. And then it's up to you, using logic and discernment, common sense, which most people don't have. Not you, of course, but most people don't have common sense. Because they're pawns. The game of chess is what we're playing. And what is the most major pieces on the board? It's the pawns. There's 16 pawns on the board, more than any other piece. That's why a chessboard has 64 squares, because we have 64 possible codons in our DNA. So make the truth your own, folks. That's the layer I'm at right now. It allows you to really stay in a layer of neutrality and observe both ways. It allows you to kind of negate debating or arguing with people. I don't think we'll ever relinquish that, because I think we're always going to stand for what matters to us most, defending what matters. That's our identity. That's it. The little voice in your head that's talking right now. See, I believe that little voice in your head, that is it. That's the architect, or whatever you want to call it. That runs you. That runs me. And the code that it wrote says so. And we may, a lot of the free will aspect, a lot of people are teeter-tottering on whether or not we have that. And, as I've gone through the process of decoding reality, I contradict myself a lot, because sometimes I'm decoding and I find something where it's like, okay, we have no free will. And then I find something else where it says maybe we do have some. So again, making the truth your own is the most important thing to do. Why is there 9,000 religions out there and counting? What happened to the first one? Can you imagine if everybody just followed one simple way of life and that's it? No one ever deviated away. You know how boring life would be? Imagine everybody wore an orange jumpsuit like they do in prison. You would never stand out. I mean, your hair maybe, and your eye colors and your personality, but if you were to fly a helicopter over the top of everybody that was standing out there having a good time and they're all in orange jumpsuits, you would never be able to tell anybody from anybody else. So I feel like, the very reason why there's all these languages and eye colors and hair colors and body shapes and structures and heights and, and whatnot is because that's the variety of the architect. And we are it. That little voice in your head. I mean, folks, I went on to research because I was studying I'm a huge proponent and fan of what's called Landmark Worldwide. I've done it 3 times, and the guy that started that, his name is Werner Erhard, and he started it back in the 1970s. It was called the EST training. I've been revisiting that again. And man, it's just, now I know why I ended up moving towards all of this decoding and whatnot, because he says the same things that I'm saying. It's just that I'm saying it connecting the dots with the cards of illumination and the tarot and the numerology and pi and latitude, longitude, and the dates on the calendar. Werner Erhard said that it is using you, the voice in your head. That's called it. That's called the identity. And the identity, folks, is using you. And the main component of the identity is that it does not want to be wrong, and it does not want to look bad. Ever. I'm going to give you a perfect example of that. And I've used this before. When you go to the dentist, you've been to the dentist before. I hope all of you have been to a dentist. When you go to the dentist and you have an appointment with the dentist, let's say, you wake up, your appointment's at like 2:00 in the afternoon. Right before you go to the dentist, what is some of the last things that you do before you head off to the dentist? Brush your teeth and probably floss. Why do we do that? Because you don't want to go sit in that dentist chair, open up your mouth, and have him gasp when he finds food stuck in the middle of your teeth. Because you'll be like, man, what would this person think? How will I look if my teeth are all disgusting? So for the majority of you, there are going to be exceptions now. I remind all of you, there are people that are exceptions. They just don't care. Maybe they just go there, whatever. But the majority of people in this world will brush their teeth and floss before they go to the dentist. Even if they brush their teeth in the morning. If they ate, they're going to brush their teeth and floss perhaps again before they go to the dentist. Why do we do that? Because we do not want to look bad. Life is all about looking good. And we spend an awful amount of time trying to look good in front of other people. And part of looking good in life, ladies and gentlemen, is being right. Because typically we are programmed to look bad when we're wrong. So none of us want to do that. So the identity, your ego, the voice that's talking in your mind right now that never shuts up, that controls you. And it needs to look good all the time for the most of you. And as Werner Erhard said, he says, like, you will sacrifice love just so you can look good. You'll try to prove other people wrong, which is just like using your lower frequencies, your ego, and it scrapes away all the love you have because you're too busy trying to prove someone wrong just so you can be right. It's really interesting. So I'm at these crossroads now for me personally, ladies and gentlemen, where I'm suggesting, and I'm going to continue to say this is going to be my new mantra: make the truth your own. That's what it's going to be all about. Making the truth your own. Taking what you can from what I'm showing, what other decoders are showing, from the signs and symbols that you get, which I'm hoping you pay attention to. If you wake up and the song pops in your head and you don't know where that song came from, boom, you should be decoding that song. If someone suggested a show to you, boom, you should be decoding that show. If someone suggested you read a book, boom, you should be decoding that book. These are all little signals and clues for you to realize how this game works. And I'm suggesting to all of you that you do that because the identity, the thing that's running you, it is through the cards. It's through the cards, through the birthdays, the numbers, the life paths that we have. These are all like the piece of the onion. And the more you know about who you are and why you're here, the better experience you're going to have, bar none. Some of you just need to have confirmations. Some of you just need to own the space of who you are and why you're here. And many of you have had suppression on your code because maybe your parents, they told you weren't good enough, or maybe you got this happen or whatever, and you're living through those stories that are really not even true. And so you're not living out your greatest experience here in life. So you got to figure that out. So those are just kind of my opening remarks, I guess. I've been revisiting the Werner Erhard and Landmark. I'm really hoping Landmark right now, they're not doing anything in person. I hope that they go back to that. But nonetheless, I would encourage each and every one of you, if you ever have a chance to do Landmark, it's called landmarkworldwide.com. They're only doing online courses right now, so I wouldn't do it because the experience of being in person is really where it's at. And it's a 3.5-day course. It's absolutely life-changing, and it's part of decoding your reality. That's why I've done it 3 times. I'm going to do it again. So anyway, let's get to some of your comments. Let's get to some of your comments. Okay, my video's behind, it says. Audio ahead. Lagging. You're lagging. Okay. Let me have a sip of wine and see if that helps out. Okay, so it corrected. Charbrinks, the ego is totally trainable. Yeah, it is totally trainable, but it's still being used. So the architect can be trained. It's just a macro to a micro. I mean, folks, listen, I've supported it now I have like almost 200 videos now. I don't know how else to explain it. When I've shown it's now countless times of people, places, and things that the code is completely fixed. So how does that make us as human beings an exception to that? It's not possible because the things I'm decoding, the people, places, and things, those are all fixed in this reality. So, I mean, it's a contradiction though, because we feel like I know I had somebody on here on one of the last Decode What's Your Questions, and he was like, I'm going to go do this and I'm going to go do that. And that's you trying to prove yourself right. Trying to step out beyond your identity and saying, I'm in complete control of my life. And to prove it, I'm going to go do this. And that's just an extension of you trying to be right so you can prove the fact that your voice in your head, is controlling you. Again, these are just my opinions and truths, right? So I stand in a layer of neutrality. So, wanted to give a big shout out to my sponsor, and it's the Healers Project, and that's why I'm wearing, let me just show you my shirt, of course. The limited edition human. And if you'd like to get one of these shirts and support this mission, please go to thehealersproject.com. It's in the sale topic, in the sale category. And actually, I'm gonna put it right in the chat box for all of you, so you don't even have to mess around. Here it is. Boom. So if you'd like to get one of these T-shirts and become a limited, I suggest you get the Black Heather. This is the Black Heather limited edition T-shirt. There's all different colors. The white is really good, and then the Black Heather. This has got it's a little stretchy, and the material's badass, and the quality's really good. They'll last you a long time. This has been through so many washes. So those are on sale right now. Get them, and they also have the coffee mugs and stuff in case if you're a coffee or tea drinker, you can get one of those. Bobby, what's up, brother? You got your wine in hand? All right, awesome. I've always not been a alcohol drinker. Because I was, when I was growing up, I was an active gym rat, and then that kind of goes against that. But, as I get in I'm still active in the gym, but I appreciate wine and why it's so popular in a lot of the ancient texts and all that kind of stuff. I still love my beer, and I do. I'm a big fan of tequila, because it's, of course, I'm in Mexico, but I'm a fan of tequila. I really appreciate tequila. All right. Going through some of your comments. Maybe the ego isn't trainable as much as it's possible to ignore it. You won't be able to. It's funny because when we're told, meditation typically is you clear the mind, stop thinking. Folks, we're not designed to stop thinking. You're not designed to shut it off. And even if you shut it off, you're still focusing on your breath, which means you're still using your mind to focus on your breath. It's a contradiction. So I'm constantly talking to myself. I've been doing it my entire life. Maybe many of you do that. Like there's somebody in the room. That's how much I talk to myself. Spend a lot of time alone. I'm an introvert dominant, but I talk to myself all the time. Like I literally narrate my life. It's just interesting. I don't know. I can't explain it, but I do that. I just narrate my life. It's kind of interesting. Tam, what kind of wine? This is a Merlot. I don't know the brand. It's from Chile, I think. Here in Mexico, there's a huge grocery store in town. It's massive. It's like a Costco size, and they have a great wine selection. But the wine I got is from Chile. I just try different kinds, But I like the darker reds, like Cabs and Merlots. And then beers, I'm an IPA. I like IPAs, and a lot of the sweeter beers is what I like. All right. Mezcal. I'm not a big fan of the mezcal. I don't like the smoky flavor, the burnt taste. I'm not a big fan. I just like straight tequila. I just drink it straight. I like the golds. Tequila gives me heartburn. Well, I can give you a exact cure for that. 100% of the time, you will never get heartburn again. You ready? A teaspoon of baking soda. If you have anything acidic, coffee, if any of those of you that drink coffee, a lot of you do, it's very acidic. When you drink it, when you're done, just do a half a teaspoon of baking soda and water and drink that. It neutralizes all the acids. Because you want to be in the middle, pH balanced. You want to be in the very middle. All right. So a few more announcements again, folks. So just to extend on what's going on in my life. As most of you know, I'm in Central Mexico. I've been here for my first tour, my first 6 months. I'm a couple weeks into my second tour. I got a fresh visa, but I've made the decision to join forces with Santos and Danny and a few others in the Syncretism Society over in the Yucatan, Quintana Roo, and Puerto Morales is where I'm headed. It's only about 15 minutes south of the Cancun airport, and it's like 30 minutes north of Playa del Carmen. It's a small little fishing town. And I welcome all of you to come out there if you want to. If you need help, if you're serious and you want to move out there, I'll do whatever I can to help you out. It's a small little town. Or maybe you want to live in Playa where there's a lot more going on. But the water's amazing. The people are amazing. You know, it's just a better way of living as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I'm a water guy, you know. I've been in the mountains here in central Mexico, and there's no water here. I'm like a fish out of water. And that's, when you get into your astrology chart, ladies and gentlemen, that'll tell you a lot about the way you function. And you got to look at where your water signs are at. That'll tell you a lot. Where your Pisces is at, what house it's in, what house is Scorpio in, and what house is Scorpio, Pisces, and Cancer. God, I can't believe I just had a Cancer. You look at those water signs and you figure out where they're at and what houses they're at and if there's any planets in there. And that'll tell you a lot about how your functionality is in this game of life for you. Remember, this is your game. It's not my game. It's not the Vatican's game. It's your game. Everybody's living in your world. And you got to make the truth your own. So knowing where your water signs are in your astrology chart will tell you a lot about whether or not you're going to function well in water. I have Pisces in my fourth house, and I'm a Scorpio rising. I mean, my ego's tied to water. My heart chakra's tied to water. So I'm big on water. And so I'm going to be headed back over to the water, and I was so fortunate I'm so grateful I landed a spot just 2 blocks from the water, folks. And it's just amazing. And I'm literally backed up against a forest, and there's animals. It's just awesome. I'm so grateful. I can't wait. I literally can walk out of my spot and go across 2 streets, and I'm in the sand. And I'm going to be taking full advantage of that. And if you come to Mexico and you're interested in something like that, if you feel that in your bones, like I really feel it coming there, then make it happen. Start to do a vision board. Start to window shop. Just look online. Even if you may not even have the funds to do it. Just start looking, kicking the can around. If it was in your code, if it was meant to be, it's going to happen. So I'm going to be joining forces. I'm actually, I'm leaving here on June 1st. And I'm going to be flying it's only like a couple hours away to Cancun and getting the keys to my new spot, and I'll be there for another 6-month tour. And I'm joining forces with Santos and company and Danny and all those great guys, and I'm going to be helping them out, build this Syncretism Society. I told them, whatever I can do to help, I'm at your service. I'm going to continue to do my Decoding Reality channel and doing my decoding and doing my readings for people, and there's going to be a lot of other things in the works that are going to be coming your way. This card deck I've been working on, so these are all going to be coming out, I'm hoping, this year. And they're working on their own podcast. Santos and Danny are, and I'm going to be a part of that. I don't know if I'll be in front of the camera, but I'm definitely going to be probably working the chat lines and the phones and helping these guys out launch the Syncretism Society and being part of that. So I'm really excited about that. These guys are they got it all dialed in. They're working a lot of things out where, and you should support them. Go to their Instagram, Syncretism Society, become a follower of the Syncretism Society. They have a website that's going to be launching soon. Obviously, Santos has the cell salts that are primarily designed for your zodiac sign. You can get those on his website. And I know I'm going to be teaching. I know what I'm going to be doing is bolting on to what Santos is doing. I'm definitely going to be in the teaching realm of the Syncretism Society. I'm really excited to share all that with you. Taking this Decoding Your Reality to the next level, because again, I feel everything is linked together. And when we scrape away all the dogma and propaganda, what's left is just like, what do you want to focus on? What do you want to use the force for? I just had the opportunity just last week to go into, I'm in the center of this town, and it's called San Miguel de Allende is where I'm at. And it's a very beautiful town. A lot of retirees from the United States have come here. And the landmark piece is this massive cathedral-style church in the center of the Jardin, it's called. And I hadn't gone in it since I've been here. Literally, I've lived in my virtual world more than anything else. I haven't really gone out and really experienced San Miguel, but I went into this church and I took a ton of photos. And I'm going to be sharing all those with you on a Decode Your Reality, because what I've found, ladies and gentlemen, and you may want to visit your local church to see if you can find it, but it's all about the dome. It is all about the dome. That's why there's a dome over the Capitol Hill building. That's why there's a dome in the Vatican and the basilicas and all that. There's a lot. It's the dome. And when you link the dome in this reality, and then you correlate it to human beings, where are the domes in our essence and in the presence of human beings? Well, you have a dome over your head, of course. Your eyeball is in the shape of a dome, and in the very center of your eyeball is the pupil, which means student. As you know, and I've said this many times now, that your astrology chart is your eye. That's what it is. And I know you have two eyes, so your blueprint of who you are when you came out in this world is one of your eyes, and then the next eye is going to be the continue now moment chart in astrology, like the right now moment. Those make up our two eyes, and that forms a U-shaped. So if you're right-handed, your left hand is yin and your right hand is yang. Those of you that meditate, just a suggestion, you may want to try it out. But in your left hand, your receiving hand, if you're right-handed, you hold some quartz crystal or like a moonstone. Okay, like a moonstone. And then in your right hand, in your yang, you can maybe hold some obsidian or jet or something black. Or you can try colors and see how those work for you. But you want to hold one in each hand. And this forms the U. That's why a horseshoe over a door, when it's in the U shape, is very considered lucky. It's got to be upright. And that's tied to, and then when you synchronize that, ladies and gentlemen, the element that has the U in its abbreviation is the 92nd element called uranium. Uranium. You. It's you and me. Uranium. And if you just saw my decode on imposters, I just released it yesterday. If you haven't checked it out, please check it out. Even if you haven't seen the show, I guarantee you it's going to be worth your time watching it. I showed that The 92 in the string of pi is located at the 42nd decimal digit, which is molybdenum, which is the lead. 42, ladies and gentlemen, is tied to the words reincarnation, crucifixion, wonderland, the word coincidence. The word coincidence equals 42. It's tied to uranium, 92. And if you know numerology, that's why numerology is where it's at. Forget gematria, forget that word, because none of us use gematria. Gematria, I just want to let all of you know, and I'm not trying to be right here. I'm just trying to give you, I'm all about exactitudes. Precision is what I'm after. And gematria, the very definition of gematria, is the coding of words into numbers. None of us do that. We decode. We put the words in, we get the numbers output, and then we get a number output. What are you going to do with those numbers? You must become a numerologist to understand or understand what the numbers mean when you get your outcomes. What does the 92 mean? Now, typically, a numerologist, obviously this is a layer that you can do, but 92 is going to get reduced down to the number 11, which is going to feed the number 2. It all comes down to the single digits 0 through 9, which is, ladies and gentlemen, it's the cube. It's the black cube that we all live in. This is the 45. Rhodium. This is Pandora's box right here. Pandora's box equals 45. The element rhodium is the 45th element. The atomic weight is 102, which is the mirror of the 201. But if you take the numbers 1 through 9 and add them up, you will come up with the number 45. The box. Pandora's box. That's why Pandora's box is 45. And I just lost my train of thought. So I'm gonna go to your comments. Let me go to some of your comments. Let's see if some of you have any questions. Shungite, yeah, Carolyn, thank you. Shungite. Shungite's awesome. Shungite is there's one that's carbon based too. It's awesome. It absorbs. It's amazing. That's right. There is no such thing as coincidence. That's because everything, folks, if you believe, listen, here's where I summarize up in just a few words of why I know this reality is completely scripted and rigged. Everything happens for a reason. If you believe everything happens for a reason, then you should automatically know that this whole entire reality is scripted. Otherwise, everything wouldn't happen for a reason. That's why in theology it says God knows what you need before you ever ask him. What's the point in prayer? You don't need to. You just give gratitude. Gratitude is where it's at. Forget asking. Give gratitude. Gratitude. Gematria is the language of the adversary. Okay? What does 1, 2, 3, 4 mean when you see it repeatedly? Good question. I couldn't give you an answer on that, unfortunately. If you go, let me see what 1, 2, 3, 4 is in the string of pi. I'm just going to kind of, anytime, ladies and gentlemen, when you sing a number repeatedly, you want to decode it. You want to go and look at where that number is located at in the string of pi. And then there's layers of more decoding that you can do. 1, 2, 3, 4 occupies digits 13,807, 808, 809, and 810. Doesn't really give us. But then you want to go and look and see if that's a prime number. There's so many layers to this, folks. You can look at the binary numbers. You go look at the sine and cosine waves, which makes up the vibrational frequencies that we give off, the ripples that we make in this reality. Those can be measured. If you haven't seen my decode on Elvis Presley, I used him as an example of his timestamp from in the span of time from birth to death and the ripple that he created, go check that out. I mean, it's undeniable, folks, but these are more advanced layers of decoding. And I know many of you have emailed, when are you going to come out with a course? When are you going to come out with a course? I'm working on it. I think that's going to be the next stage for me personally, is to come out with a course on how to decode reality through the methodology that I've been so, graciously been given. Now, again, there are many different decoders out there using awesome methodologies. So you can bolt on whatever you've learned. But I believe there has to be some kind of foundational piece to decode reality from. And once you create that foundation, then you can start to bolt on, or plug in. Like if you're a web designer in WordPress, there's plugins. So you get your web page and then you put plugins on there, and it allows you to add on or bolt on many more things to your website. So, Sharbrinks, I can tell you this, the 1, 2, 3, 4, what does it mean? Let's observe some of the layers. 1, 2, 3, 4, when you add 1, 2, 3, 4 are the lower chakras, the root chakra to the heart chakra. And I don't know if any of you knew this. I've put this out a lot of times in my social media posts, not primarily in my decode, actually 666 decoded. The Number of the Beast. It's one of my earlier decodes. I could probably redo that one, but in that decode, I show that if you take the elements 1 through 36, if you add up the numbers 1 through 36, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6, all the way to 36, it's going to add up to 666. And when you take the periodic table and you reconfigure it like I have, which I haven't shared with the world yet. I've given it to some of you, but I haven't fully released it to the public. But if you take the periodic table and you put them in line with the chakras, the first element, hydrogen, is at the root chakra, and the 36th element, which is krypton, is in the heart chakra position. And when you add those up, it's 666, the lower chakras. And it gets really interesting from there. It gets really, really interesting from there, folks. You must understand or understand how physics works and how that synchronizes with the tarot and the cards and numerology. They're all tied together. I want to just be very, very transparent with all of you tonight. And again, I say these are my opinions and truths. Okay? There is no devil. I want to be very clear with that. You're the devil. I'm the devil. But when it comes to saying there's a devil to blame for all the wrongdoings in this world, it's going to be you know what that is? It's the G-O-D. Because we're the devil and we're made in the likeness of image of the G-O-D. What do you think the G-O-D is? That's why suffering is allowed here in the game of life. It's part of the game. It feeds the battery. Of course, I was raised in religion, folks. I was raised in one of the toughest religions known to man, called Jehovah's Witnesses, which is the Tetragrammaton, the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, otherwise known as Yahweh. It goes by so many different names. Why not just stick with one name? Because people want to change it. I got a better idea. Let's call it this. Let's do this. Let's do that. And then it becomes the wardrobe of the demiurge. So you can call it whatever you want to call it. You can give it any title you want. But you'll find when you synchronize everything and kind of mash it all down, it all leads to the same origin. And really, you're at the mercy of that. On my last decode that I just came out with, called Imposter's Decode, at the very end, I included Morgan Freeman in that decode. And Morgan Freeman was the G.O.D. in the movie Bruce Almighty with Jim Carrey. And now Morgan Freeman gets chosen, for whatever reason, to be the host of the show, the God Show. I can't even, I'm drawing a blank. I don't know why. But let me see if I can find it. I want to get specifics here. And I just moved it. Darn it. The Story of God, I think it was what it was called. And there's 3 seasons right now, and I think they're probably coming out with more. But he goes around the world. He goes to all these religions. And the interesting part of that is that they're all the same. They just wear different clothes. They do different rituals. They do different worships. They do different prayers, different mantras. And even if there are separate gods out there, if that is true, there will be one deity that they all came from. The monad, the one. So in essence, everything's going to lead all back to that. No matter which way you slice and dice it, no matter which truth you want to believe in, it's all going to lead back to that same origin. So I got off topic. I was saying I went to this church, ladies and gentlemen. I went to this beautiful church. It was awe-inspiring. It's been there for a very long time. I was taking snapshots, and I realized everything's under the dome. I was mentioning the dome. And I said, our head has a dome, our eyes have a dome, women's breasts, men, our chests, there's a dome. And the center point, there's always a center point. Just remember that. Always a center point. When you're born, there's a little soft spot in your head. In the middle of your eyes, the pupil, center point. Your nipple, center point. Your belly button, where the fetus is grown, is the way in, the umbilical cord, center point, the dome. The women, when they get pregnant, the belly goes out. It becomes the dome. That's why there's a dome over Earth. That's why rainbows are in the shape of a dome. It's all about the dome. And so I go into this church, and I was taking all these pictures, and I realized that in this church and the basilicas in the Vatican and other ones that I visited, I've realized that it comes down to one primary shape in sacred geometry. Just one. One shape. And then I can synchronize one of the biggest sports in our history right now. It's called the Ultimate Fighting Championship. And what are the people that fight in the UFC? What do they fight in? It's called the octagon. It's called the octagon. And what is the shape of the octagon? How many sides does it have? It has 8 sides. Why 8 sides? Because it's in line with the torus fields and the hourglass and the 4-leaf clover. Because the torus field, there's one that runs vertically, the hourglass, where the sand goes from the top to the bottom. And then there's another one that runs horizontally, which runs the past, present, and future. And those 2 torus fields make up the numbers 8 and 8, which gives us 88. It's the very reason why the Vatican has an octagon in St. Peter's Square, and in the very middle is the phallus. But that's why. And when I come out with this decode, I'm going to knock your socks off. I'm going to show you something you've never seen before. I don't think anybody's ever seen it before. And I'm not saying that to brag, or I'm just saying is that it's groundbreaking material. And I'm excited to share it with each and every one of you, because once you see it, once you see what I'm going to show you, it ties into all that. You realize you can just scrape away everything. And you know, the very essence of nirvana and escaping this reality is you must relinquish everything that you believe in a sense, of course, because it is a contradiction. You don't take anything with you physically, and you want to scrape away as many things as you can mentally. But it's this octagon shape, which is tied to the octopus, which is Yaldabaoth, that is so very important. It's the octagon and the nonagon, which is the 9-sided polygonal shape. Octagon and nonagon are 89. 89 is Yaldabaoth. 89 gives its energy to the 17, which is the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, and that gives it to the number 8. 1 plus 7 is 8. The word life equals the number 17. We're playing the game of life. 7 days of the week, 7 colors of the rainbow, 1 through 7. 17 is the number of the word life. The 17th card in the tarot, it's the star card. We're all stars. This is the card of Earth, by the way. If you've watched my Angel Falls decode, this is the representation of Earth. This is an androgynous card. Has to be. And I'm going to show you, ladies and gentlemen, a little sneak peek of a couple upcoming presentations that I have, especially Prison Planet. I know some of you want to check it out. So let me get to some of your questions again. Let me jump back into that. Cat's incredulous. Werner Van Broad said Psalms 19 verses 1. This is a synchronization. This is a perfect example. So Cat's incredulous. Thank you for sharing that. Exactly. Werner Von Braun, who was into rocket and rockets. On his tombstone, he had Psalms 19 verses 1, which is all about the handiwork of the God. But you see, when you synchronize it with the elements on the periodic table, that's why the elements are so freaking important. That's why they're so important in this reality. They give us so many clues. The element that carries the 191 is osmium, which is tied to the Wizard of Oz, which is the God. So Psalms 19 verses 1 is 191. That's the weight of osmium, the Wizard of Oz. Talking about the firmament. That's why there have been amateur people that have sent rockets up. And the ones that I've seen, doink, they hit something and then they stop all of a sudden at a certain elevation. How do you explain that? Like, what is it hitting? It's hitting something. It's because we live under a dome. I don't know. I'm not going to get into any conversations about anything beyond that. Not interested. Causes too much division. There's no way to, there are so many different layers. There's the flat earth. There's the round earth. There's people that believe that we live inside of the earth called the concave earth. And I've studied them all. And I've come to the conclusion that it causes massive division. So I've relinquished that part. Don't care. Until I'm all about absolutes, precision, ladies and gentlemen. If you know me by now. I'm after how it really works. And obviously I offer a lot of theoretical stuff. Of course I do. I'm a scientist at heart. But there's no way to prove, unless you can fly up into the atmosphere and get above Earth and then tell us what you see, it's all opinion. I have a decode coming out on NASA. I'm going to give you an example of that since somebody mentioned NASA. The founder of NASA, the president who was in office during the release of NASA, was Dwight D. Eisenhower. His birth card, I don't remember what his birthday is off the top of my head, but his birth card is the 8 of diamonds, I believe. It's either the 8 diamonds or 8 clubs. I think it's the 8 diamonds. The founding date of NASA. Let me pull it up. I'm going to pull it up. Founding date of NASA. I have a decode coming out on this, folks. NASA is the number 10, by the way, in numerology. 10 is tied to neon, which is 19, the sun, and it's all sun worship. But anyway, NASA came out on July 29th. That was their founding date. NASA was founded July 29th, 1958. So let me give you the synchronicities of that, the decode of that. 29th. 29 is Yaldabaoth. 1958. 58 is the Puppet Master. July is 7, which means completion. 7 colors of the rainbow. See how you synchronize that? July 29th is the 8, I think it's the 8 clubs. Let me look. Wait a minute, did I get that wrong? Hold on a sec, folks. It's saying July 29th, but I have it differently. Huh. July 29th is the Queen of Hearts. July 29th is the Queen of Hearts. The founding date of NASA is the Queen of Hearts. It's card number 12. So let me show all of you that. Let me do some live decoding here for all of you. We're talking about NASA, right? Typically, NASA is known as the deceivers. Are they the deceivers? It's going to be up to you to decide what you want to believe, right? Do they tell you any truth, you think? You think they're just telling you all lies? Or do you think they're sprinkling some truth in there? Nonetheless, this is the founding date card of NASA, July 29th. Queen of Hearts. What was the ruler of Wonderland in the original Lewis Carroll book? Queen of Hearts over Alice. Queen of Hearts and Alice in Wonderland. Did Lewis Carroll pick the Queen of Hearts? I mean, Lewis Carroll created Alice in Wonderland before NASA ever came out. Yet when we synchronize it, we realize this is the founding date card of NASA. Queen of Hearts. Card number 12. And when you just do the numerology and you go bring in the tarot, and I'm gonna bring in one of my presentations because this is obviously very fitting. I'm gonna share my screen with you here in a minute because this brings in part of the great architect of the universe. But here it is. Card number 12 is the Hangman. So you have the Queen of Hearts, card 12, and then the Hangman, card 12. Now, I know the Queen of Hearts leads to the Queen of Cups, but when you do the numbers, it's 12 and 12. Founding date of NASA, Hangman. This card is tied to the sun. That's why the illumination is down here. That's why you have the sun behind this character's head. This is the architect, the sun coming down and becoming man. And that's the founding date of NASA. So I'm gonna show all of you that in a minute here, folks. I'm gonna get into some live decodes for you. Let me get into some of your questions. This is what's your question, and you know how I like to ramble. I go on tangents. Patricia, one of my cards is a star card. Awesome. You know, John Stark says NASA Nazi. You know, the Nazis were very smart people. Very, very smart. They had, I mean, when you have all that kind of power and you bring in top scientists, you're not going to have any dummies in there doing it. I mean, especially when you get into physics and then you get into magic, and you don't have dumb people in there. You have very smart people. So the people at the top, the apex predators, if you will, they're not stupid people. Very intelligent. Very smart. Gaia hypothesis. So the Bible would be an emotional loop. Well, what I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that we live in a time loop, which is the infinity symbol going like this. This makes up the past, present, and future. Right here, this shape. Infinity loop. And if you take this loop and you put it right over your eyes, it's going to be right there. And the very dead center is the pineal gland or the pineal gland, however you want to pronounce it. That's why it's so very sacred. Tied to the all-seeing eye. Tied to it. Your identity that runs you. Tied to antimony. That's why the Egyptians were all about the all-seeing eye. They rubbed antimony sulfide under their eyes because it's antimony. Element 51, when you synchronize 51, you get into Santos's work of the red shift, blue shift. Taurus fields. 5 and 1. 5 is the throat chakra. 1 is the root. You see, when you realize how the chakras have so much bearing in all this, because right now when I speak to all of you, I'm using my throat. 5. When you bring theology into this, and God said, let there be light, spoke it into existence. The Word was God and God was the Word. Throat chakra. 5. And then the 1 is the root, the foundation, the anchor point. So essentially it's 5 and 1. 5 at the top, 1 at the bottom. Those chakras. Red shift and blue shift, as Santos would say. Came out with a graphic on that. I showed Santos the graphic. He loved it. And it's the Taurus fields. It's blue and red. It's why the United States flag has red, white, and blue. The Korean flag, the Dutch flag, blue and red. And then if you go longitudinally, it's black and white. Black, white, red, and blue in numerology in the English is 161, which is the golden frickin' ratio. You see, when you get into the machinations of how this reality works, folks, forget about all the bullshit that we were taught. If you just relinquish all that, and you get into the true model of how this reality really works, and you use that as your foundation, and then you add on all the other layers, the decoding and all that stuff, the decoding makes much more sense. And when you kind of get away from like using all these, a million different ciphers to try to create your narration and be like, well, there it is. If you forget all that first and go to the foundation of building the Taurus fields and the hourglass and the 4-leaf clover made by the 2 infinity loops, which make up the numbers 8 and 8, which is 88, you will begin to see how this reality really works, and you'll have the keys to the kingdom. Because are there what appears, we can call them that, because there are no untruths, everything just is. You know, a lot of people are walking around in this world and they're telling people things what you would say are not true. They're saying a bunch of bullshit. They're not speaking the truth. And there are people that are actually doing that and they know they're doing that. They know they're doing it consciously. But then there's a flip side to that. There are people that are doing that and they don't know they're spreading what you would consider bullshit. So are they wrong? To you, they are. But in their lives, they're not. Because they believe they're right. So that's the majority of people, by the way. The majority of people are just making the truth their own. They're walking around this world and they're telling people what they believe. And when you get in the decoding world, when you get in the esoteric world, in the occult world, you see a massive explosion of people spewing out what they believe to be the truth. It's endless. Endless. And when you get into that reality, what matters to make your mark in the static, you got to make the truth your own. That's what matters the most. But if you really are interested in how this reality really works, like if you're interested in, like let's say we go right back to general math to use as an example. If you're interested in 1 + 1 really equals 2, or if you're interested in 3 × 3 = 9, if you're interested in that kind of truth, that's what I'm interested in. That's what I'm striving for. I'm not interested in pulling out just numerology ciphers and connecting words and saying that this is the way it is, and there it is, and that's it. That's not what I'm interested in. Some people want to do that. That's totally fine. I'm all about live and let live. Like if you want to do that, totally fine. Go do what you got to do. To be quite honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to be in what's popular. You know, Oscar Wilde, the great poet, he said something so amazing. He said, everything popular is wrong. Now, there is no wrong or right, so there's a contradiction to that. But if you use that statement in its truest form, you realize that, go right to religion, okay? What's the most popular religion on the world stage today? Christianity. And that involves a lot of different religions all tied up into that. That's the most popular. And then if you just go into the biblical aspects, and you say, okay, well, what's the broad and spacious road that the Bible talks about? It's the popular road. It has to be. If you use common sense and logic. See, I don't want to follow the popular road. And I can tell you right now, when you use that statement and then you go into making the truth your own, your truth is not going to be the popular one because it's yours. And you're just one person out of almost 8 billion. That's not popular. Yeah, sure, you may join with other people that have the same kind of beliefs. But in the end, if you really would go tit for tat and you broke it all down, number one, your code is going to be different than everybody else's. I don't care when you were born. I don't care what card you have. You were born in a different family, different set of circumstances, different set of siblings, different mother and father who was raised by a different set of parents as well, who they were raised by a different set of parents, different ethnic backgrounds, different cultures, different school teachers, different best friends. All those are part of your code. All those are part of the makeup of who you are. And that is how you are a unique individual and how you're not popular. We are all people that when it comes down to it, we're not popular at all. It's just the ego wants to be popular. That's kind of the contradiction. I'm going through some of your comments. If anybody's wondering what I'm drinking, this is a glass bottle. I don't like drinking out of plastic, so I buy a liter glass bottle. This one's kind of cool, like a diamond shape, and then I put lime in there every couple times a day. I drink about, close to a gallon of water a day. Keep yourself hydrated. We are made up of primarily water, so you want to keep yourself hydrated. So I'm going through some of your comments. Denise, NASA, fake ass shit. Yeah. Again, making the truth your own. But do you think everything NASA tells you is fake? Everything that comes out of their mouths is fake or not true? And again, it's a contradiction because in their world, they're telling you what their truth is, even if it's a lie. That's the contradiction to it all. Eduardo Molina. Last transmission, I talk about the people that were getting the you-know-what. They will be transponders. Can I elaborate on that? Sure. Let's talk about that. I have done enough study and research on that topic. One of the biggest topics in the world right now. I don't even have to say it. And I'm not going to say it. I don't need to. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because I don't want to give it any energy. That's magic. But I will tell you this, from everything I've researched, everything, it's kind of come down to where at this current moment, and this is subject to change, has to be as we move through time. Sometimes we change our minds, we are brought forth new information, and we must change. But as it stands right now, it's very possible that the people that agree to move forward and get the you-know-what will become transponders. They will become like walking around antennas. Like a cell phone tower that is placed in a certain area, so they're like connectors. It's very possible. It's a possibility. Notice I didn't say it was true. I said it was a possibility. But if you realize what's going on in this world, and you look at everything around you, and at this stage of the game, using common sense and logic, and then you're dealing with people at a layer of life that really have a lot of knowledge and they have a strategy. See, most people living today, not you, by the way, but most people, they don't have strategies. Now, what I mean by strategy, I'm talking about long-term strategies by observing everything around them and then figuring out what it is they're going to do. They just kind of wing it. They just like, I'll just roll with it. Now, that's not a bad thing because if you trust in your code, you're going to be dealt the right cards. That's why everything happens for a reason, because your code is fixed. Now, I know some of you believe in free will. That's all fine. Again, make the truth your own. I'm not here to take that away from you. If you want to believe that, totally fine. And it may be true. I may be completely way off guard here, or way off on what my truths are. So we can just have fun with this. And again, we can be really neutral with one another, and you believe we have free will, totally fine. But again, will the people that move towards taking the you-know-what will happen? Well, folks, if we're at the end game, if we're at the end of a cycle, and what I mean by that is I believe next year, 2022, will be the start of the new cycle. Call it the Age of Aquarius. Some people believe we've already started that. Right now, I currently believe Age of Aquarius is going to start May of next year. Or it will start in February of next year, which would be the official Aquarius month. Next year is the year of the tiger, tied to the planet Jupiter because Jupiter's the striped planet. But it's very possible at this stage of the game, at the very end, you're going to have to draw your line in the sand and decide what it is you're going to do. And a lot of things are being forced upon all of us to make those decisions. Your back's going to be against the wall. And a lot of us are going to be forced to make decisions, and that puts a lot of pressure on all of us. And if you're not prepared for that pressure, it can appear that you don't make the right decision, or what you call the right decision. You see, I trust the code. I trust my code, and I have enough proof. If I were to sit down with each and every one of you one-on-one, not this way because there's just too much, but if I were to sit down with each and every one of you one-on-one and show you all my code, I would clearly guarantee all of you that you would be in agreement that I'm completely being used to express my code. But because of time and it would be better in person to do that. I trust my code, which is why I encourage all of you to trust yours. If you feel anything in your body, especially in your solar plexus, if you feel any intuition to do something, the last thing you want to do is go ask somebody what they think for a second opinion. That's the worst thing to do. Follow your intuition. When you get really good at it, and you get more in tune with your frequencies, you become more in tune with your experiences and your code will express itself in a better mannerism. That's what I believe. That's what I've experienced, by the way. This is coming from not reading it in a book. This is not sitting in a church on Sunday and someone telling me. This is by my own experiences. Firsthand, like putting my hand in the fire and saying, hey, you better not put your hand in that fire because it'll burn you. That's the thing I'm trying to relate to all of you. Everything that I'm giving to you from this expression right now is from my own personal experience. It's not something I read in a book. It's not something I heard on a podcast, watched on a video, or was told by somebody else. This is my own personal experience. And I'm all about, to me, I think there is value in street smarts and value in book smarts. Getting a degree is great, but it's getting your feet wet and having the experience is what gets you seasoned. What makes a good wine? Time. Why is a bottle that's sold in a store more expensive that's from 1960 than 2020 or 2021? Because it has time attached to it. It has age attached to it. Fine wine becomes better and better with time. Your personal lives, that's why when you hit 50, when you hit the age of 50, it's a brand new you. Society has told you it's your midlife crisis. I don't buy into that. When you hit 50, it's the merger of worlds. You're like in the middle of your book. It's like if you had 10 chapters, you'd be moving into chapter number 6. Or if you had 11 chapters, you'd be moving into chapter number 6. The middle of the book, 50. Which, of course, is the alligator card. Greater than, less than. You know, if you're in mathematics, the alligator is usually the greater than, less than. It's the separation point. 50 is. All of you, that leads me into, all of you should know what your totem pole is. I just like, this is what I'm saying, folks. I'm just being used to show you this stuff. How did I just pulled this card out. Look at what card number it is. It was at the bottom of the deck. What are the odds of it being there? Some of you are just like, oh yeah, you just pulled it. Well, it could have been any card. I mean, look at what I pulled at the top. If you know what you're looking for, folks, and it takes time. Some of you are beginner decoders. Listen, I started where all of you started. Those of you that have just jumped into this game, those of you that are just now getting into the cards and your birthdays and all that, and you're realizing, holy shit, that's really accurate. Man, that totally described me, like to almost 100%. That's my friend. The website that I recommend, it's called itsallinthecards.com. Find out what your birthday card is. That was written by my friend Sharon, who lives right next door. She's the very reason why I live here in Mexico, because of her. So I'm very grateful. She's been reading the cards for 30 plus years. She's pretty good at it. So she wrote all this stuff on the cards. She's an author. She's come out with many books, teaches classes. When you go read about your card, I guarantee you it'll be about 90% accurate, if not more. So then when you use common sense and logic, you're like, how does a woman that doesn't even know you describe you to about almost 100% accurate? How's that possible? She tapped into the code. It's pretty common sense. So when you get really good at decoding and you use more layers than just simple connecting words with numbers, and you become more seasoned, you become more like fine wine, you then have more of the wisdom, because it's not just going to be given to you. It's not going to be, no one's just going to hand it to you. No one's going to plug you in like Neo was in the Matrix and learn Kung Fu within minutes. It's not how this works. It's not part of the game. You got to use your five senses to experience this life, and you have to, you have to put some effort into that. All right, let me get into some of your comments. $100 wine. Lawrence, walk on water. Yeah, that's a great, exactly. Walk on water. Why is the whole water story important, is because we're in maritime. That's why maritime law is in full effect. Has everything to do with water. If you haven't seen my decode on Angel Falls, Decoded, check it out. Because I showed there how the incarnation reincarnation process works using the as above as the example. The sun, the moon, real tangible things in our world, the sun, the moon, and earth, and the periodic table, real things. Every time it rains, folks, that's the Christ. That's why Jesus is tied to baptism. Because the Christ is the water. Water is the lifeblood of this world. Right now, we're moving towards summertime. It's going to get hot. Like here in central Mexico, we're moving into the rainy season here in San Miguel. But for the past 6 months, it's been super dry because there's no rain, right? So what about the poor plants? Well, they have to adapt and conform to that. But if you have plants that need to get watered, you got to water them, right? And what does the water do? It gives the plants life. What does this do right here? What does this do? Gives you life. Do you know what the number one cause of daytime fatigue? Do you know what it is? Dehydration. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. I've mentioned this before. I have a friend who was the top weight loss doctor in Beverly Hills, California. He was a doctor to many of the stars, many big names in Hollywood. And he told me when he retired that his number one prescription for people to lose weight, drink more water. Some of you are dehydrated at this very moment, and you need to be more hydrated. Water is the Christ. You see, when you realize that the sun is the taker, now granted, it does both, because obviously when it comes up, it gives light to the plants, causing photosynthesis, causing warmth, causing things to grow. But man, during the summertime, it can kill you. It can cause cancer from sunburn, skin cancer, and it will evaporate you just like that, quickly. You know, I lived in Vegas. In the summertime, it gets 115, maybe more. Those of you that live in Arizona, you know how hot it gets. You can't even go outside for that long. What does the sun do? It pulls. It will take life from you. That's the beast. That's why the sun's magic square is 666. But the moon, we have a full moon coming up on May 26th. It's called the flower moon because in Taurus, the flowers start to bloom. You know, full springtime. The moon is the keeper of secrets, tied to the Christ. When you synchronize the word Jesus in numerology, it's the number 18. I want you to think about this for a moment, folks. Okay? I know typically when we are studying the esoteric, we have and are being programmed with the Christ figure being the sun. And that may be true, but what about the moon? See, the sun and the moon definitely are the Ark of the Covenant. Argon and potassium, that makes the word ark. But it's this card, the 18th card, which is all about water. There's the water and the crab, and representing probably Cancer, the two pillars. When you go outside on a full moon, like if you go outside on this full moon and you go meditate and put your feet on the ground, which I'm going to suggest that each and every one of you do. If you're going to go out on the full moon and meditate, take your not your clothes off, take your shoes off and put them in the sand or the dirt or the grass. Go to the beach, put them in the sand, and just give thanks to the moon. Don't ask for anything, just say thank you. That moon, you could stay out all night long. And I can promise you that you'll never get moon burnt. As a matter of fact, I'll put this bet up. I'll give you $1 million if you can prove that you got burned by the moon. That's kind of my stake for everybody. I guarantee you will never get burned by the moon. I'll give you $1 million if you could. I give you $10 million if you can prove it. You're not going to be able to. You will never get burned by a full moon, ever. But the sun, that'll burn you quickly when it's summertime. In the Tropic of Cancer, when it's summertime, sunburn turns you red. So ultimately, it's this sun card, right? And it's the boss. So I like to call the sons the boss. That's why on the King James Bible, the authoritative Bible in the Catholic Church, at the very top is the Yod He Vav He. That symbol. Now, if you're a Christian, Catholic, Baptist, Protestant, all that kind of stuff, well, surely you believe in the Old Testament, because what's the Bible without the Old Testament? And the Old Testament, guess who came up with that? The Jews did. the Torah, which kind of makes you Jewish. It's okay. Let's just, if it's a duck, let's call it a duck. But you see, that's the wardrobe, to be different. Because maybe you don't like to be that called that. Maybe you don't want to pay tribute to that. So I'll be like, oh, I'm going to be I'm a Christian. I'm going to change it up a little bit. But you still partake in the Old Testament. Which is it? Life's a contradiction. But anyway, it's all sun worship. The Yod-Heh-Vah is all about, it's all about the sun. And that is, that came out in the Iron and Bronze Age. And when you study your timelines of history, which is the only thing we can go by, ladies and gentlemen, just remember that. And obviously, there's going to be some kinks in there. But we do know from the ancient timelines that ancient Egypt came out 3,000 or more years before the Bronze and Iron Age, which is when the Yod-Heh-Vah came into existence, according to the scripts. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that's what we're given. And so, what I've discovered, ladies and gentlemen, is that the story just changes. Like, there's one religion, and then there's two religions, and then there's three. And next thing you know, in the present day, we have almost over 10,000, I think, now. That's a lot of religions. And can you honestly say you've studied, if you're a religious person, can you honestly tell me, being very authentic, that you've studied them all to make sure you didn't miss something? I'll tell you right now what the answer is. Abso-freaking-lutely not, you haven't. So how can you say with absolute conviction that your way is the right way? Like, my way is the right way and your way is like, listen, when I was growing up as a JW, you have a lot of judging going on in your mind. I did, at least when I was a kid growing up. I lived in fear for the quarter of my life, because I was taught that if you don't follow this way, you're not going to make it. It was a heavy load. But then all these other religions out there were teaching the same thing, basically, the majority of them. And then you start to use, when you start to break down the walls, you realize that they're all part of the same construct. And there's no reason to even debate anything. Just make the truth your own. It's the wardrobe of whatever created this reality. The word of all words is variety, which starts with the letter V, which is the 22nd letter. 22 is tied to titanium, Saturn's moon, tied to the Taurus fields. Taurus is tied to the sign Taurus, which is tied to the bull, and that's why the word Bi-bull is the way it is. Bi meaning two, bull meaning Taurus. The Bible is Taurian. And the ox, Taurus, is one of the four fixed signs in astrology. So in essence, the Bible is astrology. There is no separation on that. And if you study astrology, you'll know theology. It's kind of interesting. So when you can scrape away everything, ladies and gentlemen, life becomes so much easier, because you're not trying to prove someone wrong. You're not trying to be right and prove someone wrong. You're just proving yourself right. And just letting everybody else do what they got to do. Because you realize that the shark is just doing its job. The giraffe is just doing its job. The ants out. Here's a good example, folks. Right now in Mexico, the cockroaches come out. And I live in a very big building right now, and there are two main doors that come in, and there's a long hallway that comes down, and then my door is right in front of this camera. And it's really interesting because my bathroom is, I live in this, like this studio, it's a casita, and my bathroom is not even connected. I have to go across the hall to my bathroom to use it. And daily I go in there, and there's like one cockroach who, because they come under the door and they run down the hallway and they go, I guess where it's humid in my bathroom because my shower's in there. Now, a lot of you be like, ooh, and I'm not like a fan of them. But what's the freaking purpose of a cockroach? Have you ever studied them? Everything in this reality has a purpose in this ecosystem, period. And that includes the apex predators that are at the top of each food chain in every single category, including human beings. You have the lions, you have the polar bears, you have the grizzly bears, you have the eagles, the white blood cells in your body would be an apex predator. They all have a job to do. I mean, if you study the biology of the human being, ladies and gentlemen, you just study that, you can figure it out. The white blood cells in your body, they have a job. They are programmed to do a very specific job. And they would not have a job if there was no bacteria that invades the body. If there was no bacteria in this world, the white blood cells would have never been created. Our white blood cells never sinned, never bit an apple. We're never part of that story. But they are perfectly in unison with our bodies. You don't have to tell them what to do. They automatically are programmed to do their jobs. And they wouldn't have one if there were no foreign invaders coming into your body constantly. I studied the wolves. And that story about the wolves being placed back into Yellowstone Park, go research that. They somehow were taken out and then they were put back in. As soon as the wolves, which are predators, were put back into Yellowstone, the ecosystem was back in balance. But without the wolves there, you're not going to get that. So the wolves are necessary for the ecosystem. You don't have to like them. I mean, I wouldn't go swimming with piranhas. Would you? Would you go swimming if you knew a school of piranhas were in that river, the Amazon? Would you go put your body in the Amazon if you knew piranhas were there? No, you wouldn't. But if you did, the likely consequences, maybe, is you're going to have a piranha attack. Piranhas serve a purpose. They were made with sharp teeth for a very specific reason. Sharks are apex predators for a very specific reason, ladies and gentlemen. There's no escaping that. Yet what we're told throughout our entire course of history is all this mumbo jumbo stuff to disguise the fact of this ecosystem is a place of duality. And I know a lot of you, and I get a lot of this, is that people think we've been hijacked. And this code is not the right code. And there's a parasite in here. Well, there's parasites in your body right now. So all we need to do is simplify things. And all we need to do to simplify it, ladies and gentlemen, is just look out in nature and realize life is cyclical. And the oldest ancient texts around, the oldest ones now, we're talking about the ages going from a golden age to a dark age and it repeats. A golden age to a dark age, and it repeats. A golden age to a dark age, and then it repeats. Same thing when you buy a car. If you buy a brand new car and you drive it off the lot and you keep that car for 10 years, it's no longer a new car. Now it's a used car. Maybe you keep it for the life of the car. And eventually, what's the destination of the car? The freaking junkyard. Then what do you do when the car goes in the junkyard? You go to the lot and you buy a new one. Or you go buy a used car. And the cycle just repeats. What about cell phones? Here's a great example. How many times are you still using the same cell phone that you got when you first started to use a cell phone? Here, let me give you the answer. No, you're not. You've upgraded. You have new cell phones. Why? Because the old one got outdated. How many of you out there are using a typewriter, pecking on a typewriter? There may be exceptions, but the majority, no more typewriters. How many of you are still looking at a map, a real physical map in a book, like the Rand McNally? Remember those? How many of you still use those? Pretty much none of you. Y'all use navigation now. How many of you write letters and lick stamps and put them in the mail? We all use email now. So time moves through technology. Technology, of course, time decays things. That's why it's getting bad right now, because as time moves away from the source. Let me use this as an example. The sun. It's my little sun ball, and I can change it to the moon. It's kind of cool. My cousin gave me this. I love this thing. But let's say this is the source of everything. The starting point. And then from here, it moves to here. This is the ending point. The closer I am to the source, the more golden it's going to be. The more power I'm going to have. I'm closer to home. As I move away from the source, I become less and less of the source. And I get to the ending point, and now I'm the farthest away from the source. And that's time in between. Time decays everything. And that's where the story of the devil comes in, because time is the god of duality. Time. That's why it says Satan has a short period of time. His time is short. Only has a short period of time. Time is what makes everything decay. Your car that you drove off the lot, time decays the car, and you got to get a new one. In between, you'll be fixing it. Our bodies, we come out as a baby, brand new baby. No blemishes. If you're born without any blemishes, no defects. And when you go from here, you go to your midpoint, you go to your 50 years old, and you have problems, you have challenges, you have to fix it, you got maintenance. And then when you go all the way to the end, it's time to leave this place through death. You're now where you have issues and health challenges. And there's a lot of suffering here. There's really no suffering here for the most part, but there's a lot of suffering here. And there's suffering all the way in between because it's time. Time starts with the letter T for a very specific reason. T is the 20th letter. 20 is judgment in the tarot. T is in the shape of the cross. Time. It's really easy, ladies and gentlemen. When you look at these analogies and look at nature, you can figure it out. You don't have to try to, go read from somebody else. I'm a fan of the esoteric and all that kind of stuff, but just because it comes out in a secret society doesn't mean that it's going to be true for you. Just because something has got antiquity to it doesn't mean it's going to be true for you. Because I can tell you right now, all that matters is the now moment. Not yesterday, not last month, not last year, not 20 years ago. Right now is all that matters. Because you have this infinity symbol moving constantly, going around and around and around. And in the very dead center of that infinity loop is the now moment. And it's right there on your face with your eyes. It's really easy to see it once you see it. Let me get to some of your comments. Carolyn, I use a map. Okay, well, again, there are going to be exceptions. But I prefer to use navigation because it's faster. I'm all about convenience and the use of my time. I'm looking at all your comments, folks. Thanks for listening to me ramble on. And again, ladies and gentlemen, just make the truth your own. If you resonate with Christianity, then keep doing that. If you like being part of the Jewish background, then keep doing that. I have been around the block. I've been around the world. I've lived in many, many places. I've seen so many different backgrounds, been around so many different religions, different churches, mosques. And the one thing I've kind of come to the conclusion at is there is good people in all those that are dedicated to that archetype. So I realized that it all comes down to archetypes, right? Churches are archetypes. And when I was fortunate to, I lived in Fort Worth, Texas for a short period of time, the Heartland. And I was able to visit my first mega church. It was called, I can't even think of the name of it now. Wow, my mind's drawing a blank. I'll think of it in a minute. But I was able to visit my first church in Texas. The main church is in Grapevine, Texas. Can't even think of the name of the damn church now. Let me see. Hold on. Let me look it up because it's going to bug me. Fellowship, that's what it was called. Fellowship Church. That's it. And I want to get this because this is a great example, ladies and gentlemen, of the architects, or the archetype, I should say. The pastor of this church let me see. I'm drawing a blank. I don't know why, but let me look it up. This is funny. Ed Young. Wow. Drawing a blank there. Okay. So I was in Fort Worth, Texas for a short period of my life. I'm very grateful to be in that area. Met some amazing people, and I was able to visit a mega church called Fellowship Church. And the headquarters is in Grapevine. They have them all over the place. The pastor's name is Ed Young, and he was absolutely dynamite when it comes to being on stage and entertaining people with the theology. He was a master at it, if there was ever such a thing. And I'd go there and they'd have like full-on professional musicians on stage and playing music. It was amazing. It was like going to a concert without paying for the ticket. And they had childcare there. I mean, it was the whole kit and caboodle. Bookstore, coffee shop, everything in there. And as I'm going there, the many times that I did, I met some really nice, good, loving people, right? Like really good, nice, like they really cared about you. Now, obviously, their job was to get you to come back and become a member of the church. I get that. But of course, some of these people, the reason why they want to get you to the church is because they want you to be more loving and more caring. And a lot of these people were. If you just scrape away what they believe, forget about what they believe, the energy there were people that were smiling and happy and loving and caring. They weren't asking you for money or anything like that. These people anyway, right? They do their tithing and all that stuff, but they were there to like support you. They have support groups there. They had everything there. And I had a lot of bells going off when I was there for the 6 months that I wasn't there every weekend, but I went there a few times. And I observed and I realized at that moment, this was an archetype. And I realized that they are all about the holidays. They were big on Easter. They were big on Mother's Day. They were big on Father's Day. They were big on Christmas. They were big on Passover. All the big ones that religion teaches. They were big on all those. They pushed them. Come celebrate with us. But all you got to then you're like, okay, well, what are we celebrating? What are we celebrating? Like, do you know what Easter's all about? Well, you see, what I was taught was that they're pagan. And the contradiction to that is pagan just means you're worshiping earth, basically, is what you're doing. Like, that's pagan. It's like such a strong word. I was like, I never really, when I was a kid, I just believed it. I never looked it up. I never realized what it really, really meant. But paganism is really just, you're just worshiping nature when it comes down to it. I mean, isn't that what we all do when we go out in the sun and we're like, hey, sun, thanks for the tan. Oh my God, it feels so nice outside today. Wow, that sun feels good on such a brisk morning. Man, sun, you feel so good. And now when you get into the esoteric and the mystical arts, you realize, the full moons and the waxing and the waning and the gibbous and all these and the new moons and the full moons, they're all nature and it's all part of paganism, really. And then you realize that religions are all part of paganism, but paganism is just nature. That's all it is. And the sun and the moon, they have much more say in this reality than people want to give credit to. Don't worship the sun. That's paganism. Don't worship the moon. That's paganism. Do what I'm telling you to do, because it comes down to interpretation. At this stage in the game, to me, if you have somebody who's going to give the dictation, why not just spell it out, man? Don't give me this mumbo jumbo, book that has so many different layers to it. Just tell me what it is. Just tell me in 101. Tell me in layman's terms what it means. I don't need to have all these allegories. Just tell me the way it works. Even if you tell somebody how something works, they're still going to go against it. And that's the interesting part. That's why life's a big contradiction. That's why you got to figure it out. That's the big wrench in the gears, are all these texts and all this, the wardrobe of the architect. But nonetheless, going back to what I was saying, this church, I realized going there's all these amazing people, and there's this guy and this pastor, and he's really dedicated to his craft. I don't know him personally, but he was really good at what he does, obviously living out his code at the fullest extent, like in his wheelhouse. And I realize when I'm there, I'm like, well, there's a lot of really, like good people here. There's like a lot of loving and caring people here. When you scrape away everything, forget about why we're here, just like everybody's really nice. That's what I got out of Fellowship Church. But I realized it was an archetype. And then I was in Southern California for a very long time, which I have a big love for. And I got to go to visit this monastery in Lake Forest, California, which is Orange County. I love Orange County. One of my favorite places of all time. Irvine. I lived in Irvine. And there's a little town called Lake Forest. And up in the hills, up in Tribeca Hills it's called, there's a monastery which is tied to Taoism and those kind of areas of life and that religion. And I've been to some of their sermons on Sunday where they have this cool small spot and there's a fireplace and it's awesome. And then there's really monks that live there and they're dedicated to and they are living their way of life and they feel like they're doing the right thing. And there's some good people there. And if I compare the two, Fellowship Church to this monastery, and I bring these people together, what's the difference? They're all good, loving people. The difference is the beliefs and the customary things they do. That's it. That's the only really major difference. So if we're able to just scrape away all the dogma and the propaganda, all the bullshit, all the interpretations that we were given by somebody who is doing the best they could to interpret it for you, you got to make the truth your own. And you realize that everything is an archetype. The monastery is an archetype. The mosque is an archetype. The church is an archetype. The kingdom hall is an archetype. They're all archetypes. And they all serve the same origin when it comes down to it. Because all is one. It will always all filter all the way back to the tree trunk, which is the one. Whatever that looks like. So I talked about ancient Egypt and that having antiquity, and you get into, the originators in the storyline anyway, and you get into Ra, who, Ra is the sun god. Ra. The letter R, here's the synchronization, ladies and gentlemen. Ra starts with the letter R. Forget about the A, the R, the first letter. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you that are fans of numerology and decoding yourself, and if you've watched my Francis Bacon decoding on how to decode your name through numerology, I just want you to remember one thing that's major in the world of numerology, and that goes across the boards for every single thing you're decoding. It will be the first letter of each word that is the most important out of all of them. The first one. It's like the rudder of the ship. So your name, your birth name on your birth certificate, the first 3 letters, typically, if you have a middle name, if you don't, if you just have a first and last, it'll be those 3 or 2 letters that will be the most dominant ones in your life. And you can decode yourself that way. The letter R. What's really interesting about the letter R, Ra, the letter R is the number 18, which is tied to, it's kind of a contradiction because it's not the sun card, it's the moon card. But what gives the moon its light? When we're coming up on a full moon on May 26th, and you know why we're having a full moon? Because the moon is going to be in the house of Gemini. The moon is going to be in the 4th house. for a lot of the world, depending on where you're at in the world. But the moon is going to be the opposite end of the sun. If you're looking at a natal chart, the sun is going to be the complete opposite end of the chart. And I think it's going to be, in Cancun, Mexico. I'm looking at the natal chart now. Actually, let me share my screen. Let me see if I can. Let me just share my screen with all of you folks. Hold on. Okay. Whoop. Let me show you the natal chart here. This is the chart of May 26th, 2021. Now, if you're new to this, if you're kind of like, I'm not a big astrology person, it's really simple. This chart right here, ladies and gentlemen, is your eye. When I open up another web page and I show you this, when you look at the eye, right there is your natal chart. It's right there. So when you look at the natal chart, there it is, the eyeball. And in the very center is the pupil. This is the current chart of, well, this is not the current chart. This will be the chart of May 26, 2021 in Cancun, Mexico. This will be the full moon, the flower moon. And I want to show you, so that if you're new to this, the houses go from 1 and they wrap all the way counterclockwise to house number 12. And then you go into the center and that's 13. So here's the moon right here, ladies and gentlemen, right here. It's in house number 4, right here. And when you synchronize this, what's the 4th chakra? It's the heart chakra. So the moon, being a full moon, is illuminated because if you go all the way to the opposite end in the 10th house, here's the sun right here. That's what makes the moon have all its light. It's completely opposite. It's right there. You can't miss it. So the moon's going to be a Sagittarian moon at 9 degrees. And then the sun's going to be a Gemini sun at 5 degrees. And then you have all this other energy right here in the house of Capricorn. You got the North Node, you have Venus and Mercury there. But nonetheless, I just wanted to point out that the sun, the very reason why you have the full moon is because it's illuminating it, because it's right across the way from it. And that's how you get your full moon. That's how you're going to get your full moon. All right. Hopefully I'm not going to get too much of a disruption because I went from that to that. I don't actually, is it show? I'm going to have to reduce my screen size. Now I know I can't do that. Okay. So I'm going to go through some of your questions. Let's get to some of your questions, folks. I've been yapping and yapping during this broadcast. Thanks all of you for listening. I appreciate all your donations too. For those of you that gave me a super chat donation, thank you very much. Look at some of your... Christians talking about crickets. Yeah. You can observe everything in this reality, folks. Everything serves a purpose. Everything. And that's the thing is, you see, people don't observe everything around them. People would rather have the things created than the power to create. That's a quote by Neville Goddard. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in creating. And I'm sure all of you are as well. So, anyways, folks, that was my take on the churches. And, you got to understand or understand that there are energies in this world. Their job is to cause division. That's their job. And yet, what do we do as human beings? Because ultimately, we're all inauthentic human beings. We are. And if you can be authentic with yourself, you'll know you're not even an authentic human being. Mostly, we're inauthentic. We will constantly point the finger and try to make those people look below us just so we can be right. And we all do it, all of us. The key now at this stage of the game is to stand in a layer of neutrality in the middle and just observe. Just be an observer instead of judging and pointing a finger. Because just like the shark, just like the lion, just like the polar bear, just like the praying mantis, they all have jobs to do. Just like NASA, they have a job to do. You may not like their job, but if you can just observe it and find the humor in it, because there's humor in everything, life just takes on a whole different meaning. And to me, life becomes a much better experience. Denise, there's no division ultimately. If you're at this stage of the game right now, number one, be a gratitude junkie. Live in a state of gratitude. Talk to your computer like you're like how many of you or talk to your cell phone. How many of you talk to your cell phone and give it thanks for delivering to you all these years of abuse, of you beating up and dropping it? And, how many of you have actually said thank you to your cell phone? I bet many of you have never talked to your cell phone because you don't look at life that way. How many of you talk to water? The water you drink. When you're taking a shower, how many of you talk to your shower head and thank the water in the shower head for giving you the shower in the morning to make you feel good and wash your skin? You know what the majority of people do? They're too caught up in life. That's how life gets in the way. We are gratitude less. This world is gratitudeless. They're more interested in asking for things. Like I said, people would rather have the things created than the power to create. That's Neville Goddard. But when you can become in a state of gratitude, become a gratitude junkie, and really be, that forces you to be in the now moment. You must be in the now moment when you're a gratitude junkie. Because you're busy focusing on talking to everything you're doing and being in the now. Like, how many of you brush your teeth and say thank you to your teeth? How many hours of chewing have those things been under? Without your teeth, you're limited on what you can eat. Some people don't have any teeth. They have to have dentures and, How many times have you given thanks to your teeth, your eyes, your hair, your skin, your heart for pumping all these years? When you wake up in the morning, do you give gratitude to your bed for giving you a good night's sleep, your pillow, your blankets for keeping you warm at night? All of these are alive. They're energy. We just don't observe them that way. We are too busy focusing on what interacts with us versus what just sits there and does nothing. That's why the new car drives better when you wash it. Pride of ownership. Pride of ownership. So I'm going through your comments. Carolyn, can you please elaborate on the master life? Oh, okay, yeah. Somebody had asked me about this. Somebody asked me about the cards. And let's get into that a little bit. Let's get into the cards. Let me get into that, ladies and gentlemen. That's important. Because some of you are really interested in that, and I want to share that with you. So actually, before I do that, I want to ask somebody. Please, somebody let me know, because I'm not watching this live, but when I shared my screen on that last share screen that I did, could you see the entire screen when I was showing the astrological chart? Could you see that entire screen? If you couldn't, then let me know. So I'm going to wait for somebody. Yes, I'm going to take calls. I'm going to do all that kind of stuff. I'm going to get into the cards. And let me get into some of your calls. Not the entire screen. Damn. Okay. I got to figure out how to do this then. I don't know why it's not allowing me to share my entire screen. I think I probably have to. Let me do a test run of this. Ladies and gentlemen, and I apologize for having to do this on the fly, but let me do a test run. So here we go. So here's the chart. I want to just ask each and every one of you, can you see this entire chart? And if you can, just give me a yes or no or whatever. Just give me your feedback. I just want to know. All right, let me go back to this. Okay. So let's see. Christine said she didn't see the screen at all. Ugh. Okay. No. Caught off at the bottom. Okay. I got to figure this out. I guess I'm going to have to scrub that then, that idea and figure that out. I was going to do some... Oh, I got Jane saying yes. Christine saying no. No. Okay. So could you see 3/4 of the screen? Shit, HSB says yes. So I'm getting yeses and no's. I got to figure this out. Bottom and right cut off. Okay. All right. I guess I'm not going to be able to do my... cut off the right side. Okay. I'm assuming some of you are using laptops and some of you are using cell phones, and that's probably the reason why. Okay, so Anne's saying yes. I have some yeses and some no's. But I want everybody to be able to see it. At least 85%. Okay. Denise, authentically inauthentic. Yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to. Okay, only 3/4. Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to figure this out because I don't want to go jump into this and I can't share with all of you what I want to share. Okay. So Jane's using a laptop. J-Boss can see the whole screen. I'm assuming everybody that's using a laptop can see the whole screen. Oh, no. Mardal saying on laptop, cut off right side. Okay. Caught off bottom. Okay, thanks everybody for your feedback. I'll have to figure this damn thing out. Okay. So I'm not going to be able to go through all the stuff that I wanted to. Because I think even when I go to the web pages, it's cut off. Darn it. I don't know why that is. Okay. All right. Let me try one other thing, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on a second here. Let me just try one other thing, and let me try one other thing. I'm going to actually go and I'm going to show you guys something very, very important. Let me just pull this up. Just bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to pull this up and do it through the only way I know how. Okay. There's one. I'm going to do it this way, folks, and I'm going to get into a little bit of the presentation of the Architect of the Universe Part 3. I'm going to show you a couple slides. The only way I know how. Oh, there they were. Okay. What's up, Kevin? Good morning to you. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here's what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you those slides. I'm going to go through those slides because those you could see. So here we go. Here's the first one. Let me just check on my screen to make sure. Wait for this to pop up. And just waiting. I have a little bit of a lag on my end, so my apologies. But I have this graphic popped up and I just want to show all of you. And there we go. Okay. Perfect. So all of you can see that. So let me narrate this for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is extremely important. I had posted this on my social media page a little bit. And I was talking about the pH scale. And how you can use the dial pad on your phones, on your calculators to really see how this reality works. You can really see it. And using the 3 layers of our reality. This is the reincarnation process. This is the incarnation process. The sun takes, gives to the moon gives to the clouds rain and give back to the earth. That's the water cycle. But using the dial pad on your phone, the calculator on your phone, the 3 pillars are the 741 or the 147, the 852 or the 258, and the 0 at the bottom, and the 963 or the 369, depending on your vantage point. You'll notice at the bottom of the sun, which I believe is masculine. Now, they're going to be both, of course, but they're going to be dominant. The sun would be acid. 741. This is the reason why I feel that this is Lucifer, because Lucifer's numbers, now this is according to Manly P. Hall in The Secret Teaching of All Ages. He says that the Lucifer's numbers are 741. Well, there they are. And it can be very acidic because it can give you cancer, it can burn your skin, the whole 9 yards, but it's a taker. It evaporates. That's what its job is, besides giving light and photosynthesis and all that kind of stuff. But what is Lucifer known as? The light bringer. What's the star that comes up in the morning? The morning star, it's the sun. I know typically we're taught, many esoteric teachings will say it's going to be Venus. I don't feel that is the more accurate rendition. Then it's the sun. I think the sun is the morning star. That's what's the star that comes up in the morning time. Now we know the Christ as well in theology says that he's the morning star. So does that mean the Christ and Lucifer are one and the same? And they are the 2 twins, which is why Jesus has a brother named Thomas, which is why the actor they casted for Lucifer, his name is Thomas John Ellis, playing Lucifer. So the masculine is the sun, dominant, 741. Keep in mind that the colors of the rainbow are 1 through 7. They're not 2, 5, and 8. They're not 3, 6, and 9. They're 1 through 7. Now, I know the 2, 5 fit in there, but the colors of the rainbow are 1 through 7. And that fits right in that equation of that left pillar, or right, depending on your vantage point. All the way to the far right is the feminine, the moon. Feminine dominant. The moon does not give off its own light. That's why we have a full moon coming up, because it will be the opposite end of the sun in the natal chart. That supports that. That's the 369. You'll notice in the 3 position is love, and then you go all the way back over to the sun, and in the 1 position is fear. Those are our 2 emotions, fear and love. The moon is the provider of the water. It's all linked to water because the water is derived from the moon. The moon is known to control the tides of the ocean. The moon is tied to the number 13 and the 28 and the cycles. It would be alkaline. It receives. Alkaline. It receives. And then in the very middle, ladies and gentlemen, is the earth, the androgynous. The middle pillar. The 2, 5, and 8. And that's why the 0's at the bottom, which is the base. And the earth would be androgynous. It's a blend of the feminine and masculine, which is what earth is. Which is what we all are. Even though you may be a male or female, like I'm male, but I have feminine traits about me. So I'm androgynous. That's how we all are. It's a blending of the masculine and feminine. The 8, 5, and 2. And 5 is the number of man. 5 is boron. 5 sits in the middle of the calculator or the dial pad. It would be the apex or the pinnacle of the pyramid when you place a pyramid over that dial pad. And of course, the number 2 is the number of duality. What happens on Earth? We live in a layer of duality. Now, when I go to my next slide and I show you the cards that relate to the numbers that are added up in those pillars, notice on the left side, representing the sun, it's going to be the hangman. This is card number 12. Now, if you take 7 plus 4 plus 1, it's going to equal the number 12. The hangman is the 12th card in the tarot deck, in the major arcana. Now, the very reason why, or one of the main reasons why, that guy has an illumination behind its head, because it's the sun. So in essence, what this card is telling us is that it is the architect coming down here in the upside down world and becoming man. Illumination. Sun. The hangman is associated with Lucifer in a major way. When you go over to the right-hand side and observe the feminine moon, it's a no-brainer. 9 plus 6 plus 3 is 18. The moon card is the 18th card in the deck. That's a direct match of the moon. And in the very dead center, ladies and gentlemen, kind of sums it up perfectly to me, is when you take 8 plus 5 plus 2, you're going to get the number 15. And what's the 15th card? It's the devil card. And you have the male-female right there with the chains around them. And I feel that this is an exact replication of how this reality really works. It's right there staring us in the face. And it's based on the dial pad on your cell phones that you use all the time, or if you're a decoder, you're constantly using it using the calculator. It is the magic square of Saturn, and it is tied to the rhodium and the Pandora's box as well. So this is your natural trinity right here. This is the as above and so below. The sun and the moon are the Ark of the Covenant. The sun is potassium, which is the K, and the moon is argon, which is the R, the AR, and you put the two together and you get arc. And that's over the top of Earth. And that's how it works. And this is why the cards are so very special. They're not demonic. You can use them for, of course, the demonic realms if you wish, for that kind of magic, but we're just using them to decode. So there's nothing satanic or demonic about them. Clearly, they're showing you how this reality works. All right, so there was that. So I hope that kind of explained to a lot of you how this works, and that's going to be part of my upcoming, I think, Decode on Architect of the Universe Part 3. I'm going to have a Part 4 and a Part 5 because there's just so much. And if you haven't seen The Architect 1 and 2, I'm going to encourage you to watch them. One of my most highly watched videos. And again, a lot of it is theoretical, of course, but I'm synchronizing sacred geometry with the cards and prime numbers and real mathematics, and showing all of you how this model could really, really work and how it all fits kind of together. Okay, so let me check some of your comments out. And again, ladies and gentlemen, that's why I feel that, Jesus, the word Jesus and the word Christ. I'm getting a warning here. Hold on a sec, folks. I'm getting a little lag. I think it's every time I go from a photo like that, a still photo, to my camera again, I get some kind of disruption. So let me let that catch up. Okay. Thank you for all your comments, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking at this stuff. You guys are all awesome. I love all of you, even though a lot of you I haven't met. But, I'm an Aquarian, and Aquarians are all about unity and brotherhood and and treating everybody the same, which can be challenging sometimes. Okay. So let me just check and see if my stream is... Am I getting any lag, ladies and gentlemen? If I am, just let me know. I'm waiting for some of your comments. Is there any lag? It looks like I do have some lag. How can that be? I'm going to take a screenshot. I don't know if I can change it at the... No. Okay. Sorry for the delay, folks. I'm just... Okay. Am I back on in time, folks? Is my voice matching up with my sound? No lag. Okay, cool. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I want to show you again, if you look at that whole concept that I just showed you of the sun, the earth, and moon, and those being the Trinity, an example of the Trinity. You go back, you go to this moon card, and that's why I feel the Christ is more moon than anything else. Now, it could be the Christ and Lucifer are the two twins, and they're both the moon and the sun. It's very possible. But I feel that Christ is more of the moon, because the moon, we know, controls the water, the tides. We know, if you watch my Angel Falls decode, the moon is what gets the water from the sun. The sun evaporates the water, gives off to the moon gives to the clouds, and then the water returns back to earth. Every time it rains out, man, I believe that's the Christ, because water gives the plants life. You can't go very long without this right here, this water. Can't live without this, essentially. I don't care how long you can hold out. You cannot hold out forever without having this. You need this water. So essentially, I believe that the Christ is more tied to the moon. The moon's not going to burn you. You could go out in a full moon. You're not going to get moon burned. The sun will burn you, however. And the moon is all tied to water. I mean, even the letter in moon, the first letter is M. If you flip that up and do a mirror of that, it's the W, and that's water. The sun doesn't have that. The sun is tied to the wave, the S, the sine wave, sun, sine wave, soul. And then, you get into Luna, which is Lucifer. So it could be that Jesus and Lucifer are the sun and the moon, the Ark of the Covenant over the top of the earth, and that is our architect running this reality. Which is why the majority of religions are all paying tribute to the sun or the moon. Sin used to be called the moon. Sin is the moon god. Sin. And then, you synchronize the Christ and the story of the Christ. What is the story of the Christ? He came here to take away your sins. He died for your sins. Well, the god of the moon is sin. Go look it up. So when you synchronize these layers, it's very possible that the moon is more of the Christ than anything else. Because Christ died for your sins. You put your faith in the Christ to take away your sinful nature. Well, the moon is known as the god of sin. The sin god is the moon in a lot of the ancient text. It's tied to the Christ. So the sun and moon work off one another. They're part of the reincarnation process. It's tied to that 42. That 42, boy, I got that decode coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Woo. Let me just synchronize that for all of you to show you how the story of reincarnation is tied to the cards and the tarot and a lot of other things. Let me pull up the card here. Just give me a second. When you do the, I'm going to show you the animal cards, and then I'm going to jump into some phone calls. Jump into some phone calls. Give me a second here, folks. Thanks for sticking with me on being patient. Oh, there it is. Okay. So here we are synchronizing different modalities, different tangible things, cards and whatnot, and numbers and esoteric expressions. How we can synchronize them all, get pictures and layers, and show you what it means when they tell us all this kind of stuff. All right. Now, numbers encroach. I want to make this very clear to all of you. Numbers encroach. So the 42 can encroach into the 43 and they can become one. The 89 can encroach into the number 90 and they can become one. Duality, in a sense. So here is card number 42. Now, I want you to remember that the words in numerology that equal the number 42, just to give you a few: reincarnation, crucifixion, and wonderland, as well as the word coincidence. And it's no coincidence that it equals 42, just like reincarnation and crucifixion and wonderland, which is what we're all down here in. This is card 42, 3 spades. Some of you have this as your birth card. This is my planetary ruling card, not by accident, of course. It's not an accident. My birthday is 2/4, which is the mirror of the 42. 24 is the chromosomes. The tarot card that came after this card is this one right here. It's the 3 of Swords. Now, if you think about this, ladies and gentlemen, if the words reincarnation and crucifixion equal the number 42, and these are tied to the 42, what is that? What is this telling you? What is that? What is this telling you? Reincarnation. Have to incarnate again. Some of you don't want to come back. Some of you believe that you're not going to come back. Good luck on proving that, by the way, because you can't. It's a nice thought. It may be true, but the only way to find out is to die. And I bet you're not willing to do that right now to figure it out. So you're going to have to wait. But look at that. This is reincarnation, crucifixion, right there. And to kind of finalize that, the 42nd card in the medicine deck is the bat. And what do bats do when they sleep? They hang in which position? Upside down. And then you get into you go back into remember what the sun had? The hangman. Because the sun is tied to the architect, and it comes down here and becomes man, and we have to become the hangman. Card 12. That's why the hangman has the illumination behind the head, because it's tied to the sun. Tied to Pisces. And Pisces have the 2 fish, which are a representation of our yin-yang, which is our duality. That's why we have 2 lungs, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 arms, 2 legs. We didn't get that because we sinned, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't enter duality. We didn't get 2 of everything, for the most part, because of biting an apple. We got this because this is how we created. Adam and Eve, if you study that story, they had 2 lungs, 2 eyes, 2 arms, and 2 legs. They had duality all wrapped up inside of them before they ever bit the apple in that story and had to get kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and they inherited sin. There was already duality wrapped up in those 2 people. That's why the story has no merit if you know what you're looking for. Even the scripture Genesis 3 verses 14, which is pi, talks about the yin yang. Talks about bruising in the head, bruising in the heel. That's the yin and the yang. I will bruise you in the head, she will bruise you in thy heel. That is the yin and the yang, talking about our duality. Coming down here, and the architect coming down here and becoming man. Avatar, that's where Avatar comes in. I'm going to be decoding the movie Avatar. The guy who plays the main character in the movie Avatar, can't remember his name. His birth. Guess what his birth card is, ladies and gentlemen? Take a wild guess. What his birth card is. The guy who plays Avatar, I can't remember his name, there's his birth card. It's a freaking joke, man. Life's a joke. Now, I don't know if James Cameron, the guy who created Avatar, I don't know if he picked and casted the actor because he found out he was a Jack of Diamonds card, which is the Jack in the Box card. I don't know. But I found way too many all of these actors and actresses and directors and producers, they would all have to be in on the big conspiracy to pull the woolly over your eyes. They'd all have to be in on it. And the contradiction is we're all in on it. All of us, every single one of us are part of the con. We're all imposters. It's just you got to figure out what kind of imposter you are. It's just funny, man. It's just freaking hilarious, this whole thing. It's just funny. So there you have it, folks. That's kind of how I rolled it. And, remember the mirror of the 42. And remember, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they asked the supercomputer, what's the secret? You're not going to like it. Well, it's 42. Yeah, because it's reincarnation. You're not going to like it. Some of you don't want to come back here. If the world shifts to a golden age, I should say when you're going to want to come back. That's how I see it. I don't think you have a choice, by the way. And again, that's my opinion. I'm not saying it's true for you. But the mirror of the 42 is the 24. That's the 24th card, the crow. And of course, what's the 24th element on the periodic table? Chromium. Crow. Do you think the Native Americans that made this card deck in 1988, do you think they were sitting down with the periodic table and they figured out, well, 24 is chromium, so we're going to use the crow as that animal to represent the 24th card? Maybe. Possible. But still, man's being used. So it's irrelevant. It's a moot point. It's an absolute moot point. All right, let's jump on. Let me put this phone number up. And we can start taking some of your calls. Now, I want to let you all know, as I said before, have a point to your phone call. Please don't call me if you're drunk, slurring your speech. Have some sense to your phone call. Have a point to your phone call. I can pull a card for you if you want to. Oh, wow. So this was a great message comment. This is a really good comment by Sharbrinks Art. And I'm so glad you asked this question, because we're in tune, because I was going to talk about this and I forgot, and you just reminded me, because everything's part of your code. Everything. And when I was decoding the imposters, I was looking at how tall somebody was. And I realized that has importance in everything. And so, Sharbanks, you're asking me, how tall am I? 71 inches. Here's a sync for you, ladies and gentlemen. And you can call me evil all you want. I'm 71 inches tall, tied to lutetium. I was born in a town called Putnam, Connecticut. The latitude, longitude is 41 degrees north and 71 degrees east or west. 41 and 71. 41 is tied to the Akashic Records, which is why I have the whale card in my totem pole at the root. It's recreating the part of the Akashic. I know I'm part of the Akashic Records. That's just my code. It's not saying anything. It's just, that's the way it is. But I'm tied. I am so, my birth city, Putnam, is 28, tied to Lucifer. My longitude, tied to Lucifer. My height in inches, or 71 inches tied to Lucifer. I'm all, and I was born on a Sunday. Does that make me the devil? It's just funny. This whole reality is a hilarious, funny thing. All of it. Just plugging this phone in here. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let me be very crystal clear on the phone calls. You cannot call me like a regular phone call. You have to use WhatsApp. There's no other way around it. All right, I got a call coming in from somebody. Let's see who this is. Oh, this is a 5-2. Go ahead. That's Mexico. Someone's calling from Mexico.
Yeah, man. Hello, brother. This is Eduardo.
Eduardo, what's up, my friend?
Well, just real happy to call and
nice to have you on.
Hear your
man.
voice. Yeah.
Nice to have you on. Where are you at, man, in Mexico?
Yeah. Estado de Mexico. I'm in a town called Valle de Bravo.
Where's that at?
It's an hour from Mexico City.
Okay, awesome. Well, you're kind of close to me anyway. You're probably closer than most people.
Sure, I know San Miguel. Yeah.
Awesome. Do you have a question? Do you want to talk about something? What is it? What brings you on tonight, man?
I wanted you to pick a card for me, and
sure.
I was real happy that you were able to go to the Temazcal.
Oh man, that was huge for me. I can't wait to go back and do it again. I'll be there. I'll be there soon.
Super cool times.
Yeah, man, totally awesome. I got to face my fears again. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do this time, but it was pretty vicious for me, man. It was undescribable, but I'm looking forward to facing that and going back and do it again. So, all right. So do you have yeah, man, do you have a specific question for the cards, Eduardo?
Yeah, what I should be focusing on.
Oh, you want to
now.
focus on? Okay, cool. All right. All right. I'm going to pull it from the middle of the deck. Okay. Let me just do one shuffle, and then I'm going to pull it right from the middle deck. And Eduardo, are you familiar with the website Truly Teach Me Tarot? Do you know what that?
I've gone there.
You've gone there. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to suggest you do when I pull this card, because this is a general pull, and you're going to get much more information, and of course, as time permits with this whole thing to get everybody in on this, it's going to be much easier for you to interpret it based upon what you're going to read. But I'm going to pull it for you and be the catalyst. And all right, so you got the card of Two of Diamonds, which is the Two of Pentacles, and this card right here typically is about being versatile and juggling a lot of things at one time. You have a lot of stuff going on in your life right now?
Definitely.
Okay, like a lot more than usual, or?
Sure, a lot more.
Okay, cool. So this card right here, this Two of Pentacles, Two of Diamonds, and in the Cards of Illumination, it's card number 28, which is tied to our DNA. But this card in the tarot is telling you that your most important thing to focus on is multitasking. And I would say the interpretation of that for you is, I would suggest that you pick the things in your life that are going to, like if you were to write a list out of like the 10 top things going on in your life, and you do that like 1 through 10, and then go back and find the top 3, circle the top 3, and then find the very number one thing in your life to focus on. And you could probably break that up in categories like personal, relationships, money, career, all that stuff. And if you were to do that exercise, you'd figure out what it is that you need to multitask and move forward into, with the most important thing to focus on in life. And then you just want to go to Truly Teach Me Tarot and look into it's called Two of Pentacles. That's a card you pulled.
All right. Could I ask you one more thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
And we could talk about it offline if you like.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Well, you were talking about the moon, and I wanted to get your take on how electromagnetism versus gravity is working in our a reality.
Okay. Yeah, I'll finish up with that offline. But thanks for the call, Eduardo.
Thanks.
Always a pleasure to hear from you.
Thanks a
Thanks for the support, man. By the way, because without you,
Good night, brother.
I wouldn't be here. So thank you so much. All right, brother.
Thank you.
All the best. So electromagnetism and gravity, two distinct things, right? So it appears that when you drop something, it appears that gravity is, or what they call a gravity, but I feel it's just that this is heavier. So it's cause and effect, it's resistance, and so this little remote control is heavier than the air, so it must drop down. You want to call that gravity? That's totally fine. Does gravity keep us here? Well, we're definitely heavier than air, and you can't go through the ground. So you can call that whatever you want to call that, but when you get into electromagnetism, now we get into some real physics. And I can tell you, Eduardo, that electromagnetism is paired with you have electricity and magnetism, electromagnetism as a pair, and then you have the dielectricity as well. And those create their own trinity. As a matter of fact, dielectricity, magnetism, and electricity in numerology equal the number 99. 99. Two repeater numbers back to back, which give its way to the number 18, which gives to the number 9. So the trinity in physics is a 99 using the Chaldean, of course. If you just separate the three letters, D, E, and M, 4, 5, and 13, you're going to have another layer to observe from. I'm throwing those out there for all of you. I'm not just going to hand them to you, but 4, 5, and 13. Dielectricity, electricity, and magnetism. Electricity and magnetism go to hand. Electromagnetism, electricity and magnetism, it's E and M. It's 5 and 13, 5, 1, 3. Electricity and magnetism. E for electricity, M for magnetism. E is the fifth letter. E is the fifth letter. M is the 13th letter. 5, 1, 3. When you jumble all those numbers up, you're going to get the number 153, which is tied to the number of fish that the Christ and apostles caught in the book of theology. How about that, right? That's how you synchronize. That's how important electricity. So what the whole fishing story is using electricity and magnetism. 153, 513, which is tied to the 64th element, the GD element, the God element, gadolinium, and that's the 64 squares on a chessboard, 64 possible codons in our DNA, 64 numbers in the I Ching. The 153 is tied to the four faces. The original spelling of the four faces, the ox, lion, eagle, man, in theology that's written in the Torah, in the Jewish text, is 153. In Hebrew, the ox, lion, eagle, man. Four faces, which is the X. X chromosomes. X is the 24th letter in the alphabet. 24 is the chromium. Chromium comes from the word chroma. Chroma means color. We are humans. Hue is light. Hue man. You can spell hue, H-U-E, which is the light spectrum. We are light beings from the sun. That's the boss. And we are slowed down into physical matter and we become our avatars, mankind, Homo sapien. Homo sapien, by the way, equals the number 46, exactly the same as the words Jesus and Lucifer, by the way. And if you want to go a little bit further using theology, in your brain, you have the dorsal root and the ventral root, and they both go off in a Y-like pattern, like a tree branch does. Dorsal and ventral in numerology equal the number 46. So I should tell you, we are duality. We are both, if you want to, because Lucifer is typically known as the devil. We are both. We are the good guy and bad guy inside of us. We're the villain and the superhero. We are the tree of life and tree of knowledge. We are both. That's why our DNA is a spiral. And there's no denying those truths in the sense of truth itself. Yeah, Kevin, thank you. 153 is the Vesica Pisces. That's exactly right. 153 is the measurement. 153 is the measurement. All right, we got another call coming in. Let's check it out. Whoop. 206, go ahead.
Hey, Logan, it's Christine.
What's up,
How
Christine?
Are you?
Fantastic. What's going on with you up there? And you're in Seattle, right?
Yes.
What's crack-a-lacking up there?
Oh, well,
Mercer Island, right?
I thought I had my house sold. And then I was getting really not good vibrations off of this guy. So I thought I'm going to look him up on Google.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't such a good guy.
Okay. Well, it doesn't mean his money's not good, though, right?
Right. Exactly. He was filing for bankruptcy.
Oh, okay. Well, it just wasn't the right time. Just trust your code. You know that.
I know. I mean, like when I felt like there's something off, I'm like, and I never Google anybody.
Right. Awesome.
So
what's your question, my dear? What do you got going on up there, Amira? Huh?
Oh, nothing. The sun is starting to come out a little bit more.
Awesome.
It's still freezing up here.
Really? What's freezing?
50.
Well, it's not that freezing, but okay. I guess it's still, yeah.
It is cold.
It's cold to me. Yeah, I know. I'm 50. I'd be miserable at 50. I don't know how I don't know how some of you do it. I just wouldn't do it. That's just me though. I'd be miserable. I wouldn't be a nice Logan at 50 degrees. You know, I mean, I think
you get used to it.
Well, of course you conform to that, but doesn't mean you have to like it.
When it doesn't rain for for a week or so, it's like, it's the rain. I need to smell that after
fresh
the rain
air, yeah.
falls. Smell.
So what do you got for us tonight, Christine?
Oh, can you pull a card for me?
Yeah, which one? Which deck you want to use?
Maybe I should live on the edge and pull a tarot.
Ooh, why wait a minute, live on the edge? You're funny. Okay, we can do that for you. All right. So, Christine, what's the most important thing for you to focus on in life right now? Is that okay? Is that a good question for you?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's pull the middle card. Let me just do one shuffle. So I'm going to be doing today. I'm going to be shuffling everybody one time. And
the middle of the card, the middle of the deck.
Yeah, I'm going to always pull it from the middle unless otherwise noted. But let's see what you get. Let's see what you get. How was it for you last time? I don't remember what card we pulled for you last time, but did it give you what you needed to know?
Yes.
Okay.
It was like, it was the porcupine.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's tied to the hangman. Okay. Well, you got the Two of Wands. And, this is the Two of Clubs. And this card right here, in the tarot anyway, if you notice the symbology in this, it's a gentleman standing in the middle of two pillars, the Boaz and Jachin, so to speak. And right. He has the world in the palm of his hands. So this card is clearly, I mean, maybe it's linking you to, again, you're looking to sell your house. Your house is in the market. But have you done any window shopping of figuring out where you're going to go? Let's say your house gets sold next week. Where are you going to go?
Hawaii.
Do you have a place locked down?
No, but I have a friend over there, and I just might go to the Big Island of Hawaii.
Okay, cool. So maybe it's telling you to, maybe do a little bit more window shopping right now. That's kind of how I would interpret that for you, since your house is on the market and you pulled the Two of Wands. But go study that card, see if you get some more keywords that can give you a little bit more of a concise expression of what this card means for you. Okay?
Well, yeah. But,
awesome.
Like in the Big Island of Hawaii, they have a healing center there.
Nice.
And I've been taking classes on healing.
Cool.
So I'm like,
Well, there you go.
Sounds like a good place.
Absolutely. All right, Christine, I got another call coming in, but take that Two of Wands, go read about it, and live through that card. That's telling you a message right there. Always a pleasure hearing from you.
All right. Have a good evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Go ahead, 337.
Oh my gosh, I did it. I finally got it to work.
You.
Okay. This overprotected from the chat.
Hey, what's
I've
up?
been
What's your first name? Do you mind telling us what your first name is?
No, I don't mind telling you anything. My name is Sherry.
Sherry. Okay, cool.
Yep.
I just feel kind
And
of
a
funny
long
calling you
time.
overprotected.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Oh, I had to claim it because I've been through so much you wouldn't even believe. But
Uh-huh.
anyway, I'm gonna keep it short.
Okay.
I'm a 5'12", 69 at 33,
You're a Matt.
and
Okay. You're May 12th. You're
used
born
to
on May
think it.
12th?
Yes,
Okay. So
and I
you're
used to
a
think,
seven of diamonds. Okay.
yeah,
Nice.
yeah. So you think because it kind of I don't know. I think that I'm trying to like flip everything because I feel like I have a lot of synchronicities that are really scary and things people say to me.
Uh-huh.
And when I found your channel, I felt like, oh well, maybe that's what all of it is. But because I mean, it's people say or in a chat room or anything, and it seems real. I don't know. It's disturbing.
Okay. Well, that seven of
Anyway,
diamonds is card 33, and that's a very, very powerful card. And since you're, did you say you're a life path 33?
I think so because I thought it was a 6, but they say if it's the 33, then that overrides it.
Well, it's not that it overrides it, but it definitely, you can read from both. So in essence, the 33 life path, if you keep it intact through the rules of numerology, you can read from that, which means you're like a master teacher, master creator, master communicator. But then of course it reduces down to the number 6. And of course we know there are 6 days of creation. So 6 in the numbers in numerology is the first master number 6 is. So it's a pretty powerful number to say the least. It's the Lover's card, which is the pineal gland tied to Virgo, and a lot of synchronicities there. So,
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. That was been my biggest question for you was, what do you think of twin flames?
oh, that's a great question. Is that the reason why you're calling? Is that what you wanted to ask me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Can I answer offline, or you have anything else to say?
Yeah, you can answer offline. That's great. Thank
Okay, Sherry. Thanks for the call.
you. Bye.
All right. Thanks for the support, by the way. I know you're one of the supporters. All right, cool.
Oh.
So Sherry's asking, some of you are resonating with this question. What do I feel about twin flames? Well, it's interesting because I went up to, when I learned how to do my totem pole with the medicine deck, I learned from this real shaman up in Ojai, California. And I went with one of my really best friends, Gabs, and we went up to Ojai, California, and we met this guy named Patrick, and he's become a friend of mine. And he still does readings up there in Ojai. It's a small, amazing town about an hour and a half north of LA. And I got my totem pole read, and one of the stories he told us when we were there was about, we had asked about twin flames. And Patrick said, I know who my twin flame is, but he was married. And he's like, my wife's not my twin flame. I thought it was really interesting. I'm married to my wife. She's not my twin flame, but I know who my twin flame is. So I guess it really, I tell you that maybe because you resonate with that. Do we have somebody that we broke off from? And we are now living amongst. We just got to find that person. And again, my friend Patrick, he's 70 years old, or he's 70 years young. Amazing, beautiful, loving man. And he said, he's like, yeah, my wife's not my twin flame. So in his eyes, he's like, okay, I'm married to a woman that I love, but she's not my twin flame. I had thought about this. Sherry, thanks for asking that question. I was thinking about this today, actually. I was walking to the store today. I was thinking about, now that I'm remembering this, and there's a show on Netflix called Dark. Some of you have seen it. That show specifically says that we never get out of this game. We just change avatars. And I was thinking about this, and I'm like, I have personally myself, I have always strived to remain friends with all of the people I've been intimate with And I am friends with the majority of them. Some of them don't want to talk to me. I think only one really, but she's married and that's probably why. But whatever. But I still talk to and can call up my exes. That's how I roll though, because that's just me. And I had thought, I'm like, man, everybody that I got into a relationship during this lifetime, I'm almost certain that I was connected or in a relationship with them in my past life, if you believe in reincarnation, which I do. And so the twin flame, when you look at the twin flame, what makes a twin flame? For those of you that never heard that word before, because a lot of you are in the zone of like soulmates. And I believe we have many soulmates over the course of our lives. And it doesn't have to be the same, doesn't have to be the opposite sex. You can have, like I have male friends that are soulmates, soul brothers, soul sisters. But the twin flame, what does that look like? Well, if you go and look through astrology for one layer, for one example, you're going to see a hell of a lot of similarities. A lot. Which would maybe indicate that that person is your breakoff and the male-female, and you go into this world. And of course, can you find one another? Well, if your code calls for it, abso-freaking-lutely you will. But that's why I feel studying the mystical arts is such an important and integral part of who we are and why we're here. And studying it is one of, if not the most important things to do. Because in those layers, peeling back the onion, you will find everything in there. Astrology is one of them. Numerology is another one. The tarot is another one. Studying, when you meet somebody and you feel like it's the twin flame, go to timeanddate.com and go figure out the timestamp in between your birthdays. Not just the years as well. If you're born on different years, that's totally fine. Find out, put the same year and just see the day in between the days on the calendar themselves. And then you want to take that number and you want to compare it into numberempire.com to see if that's a prime number. And then you want to see what the sine and cosine wave is of that number. You want to see what that number reduces down to. You want to see if that number connects to anything. Ladies and gentlemen, our entire lives are completely scripted. Now, again, that's my opinion. You may not believe that. Maybe that's not true for you. If I showed you now that we're talking about this, where did you go to school? What was your school mascot? Does that have any relevance to your code? I believe it does. Let me give you an example. I went to a small school in a small town in Connecticut called North Grosvenor. And I shared my address of where I was raised and the first house I was born into in my decode of Alice in Wonderland, decoded. I shared that in my decode. Showed you the significance of the full address of where I was born in numerology, the latitude, longitudes, all of that. It's all part of my script. I have no control over that. I just experience and enjoy the ride. But the high school that I went to, the middle school, it was called Turtelot. And my mascot was the tiger. My school colors were red and black. What were your school colors? Where can you find the synchronization of your school? Folks, all of this has relevance to you. I promise. All of it fits into the narrative of your code. You just got to find the links to that. So, of course, I was born into a religion called Jehovah's Witnesses, and I was at a school that had a mascot called the tiger, and we know what's the planet associated with the tiger? It's Jupiter, which is Jesus, Zeus, the son of the Tetragrammaton. But it's father and son that run this reality, the demiurge, or so it seems the story. Tidy Aldabaoth, the story is just so spread out. But folks, ladies and gentlemen, I can guarantee you that everything you can decode about yourself is not small fry fish. Everything can be decoded and it can be linked into the layer of your script and your story. It was all coded before you ever came out of your mother's womb. All of it. So for those of you that really believe that you have free will, I'm not here to take that away from you. But how does that fit into the narrative of everything being scripted in your life? So I'm a big fan of Landmark and Werner Erhard. If you never heard of Werner Erhard, he was the founder of Landmark, which is a personal development platform. I'm a huge advocate of it. I don't get any money or royalties from mentioning them. I just love the whole thing. And he says, he's like, I'll give you have all these possibilities, but you got no options. You have all these possibilities in life, but you have no options. Because all the options are already chosen for you. Everything's already chosen for you. I got a friend that reads Akashic Records. You know what she says? Your life was already chosen before you got here. So if your life was already, if you believe in Akashic Records, if you believe in reincarnation, and if you believe in your life already being scripted, then how the heck does free will fit into that? Well, I think the only way we can slide that in is, like I'm gonna drink water out of this bottle. So I like this bottle. I'm going to have a glass of wine tonight. That's the free will I think we have. I'm going to buy an Android phone, which even that I can show you the syncs. I can show them all in my life. It's nuts. I know Kevin Clark, you can show them. You're probably the best person at showing them. You're the supercomputer. It's just funny, folks. That's why it's so important to discover your code. I mean, when you buy a new car, this is a great example. When you buy a new car, do you ever look at the owner's manual in the glove box? Do you ever look at it? If those of you that have bought a new car, do you look at the owner's manual in the glove box? And if you haven't looked at that, when you buy a new car, I used to sell cars. So you do what's called a delivery. So the customer comes, they're ready to pick up their car. You make sure there's gas in it. It's washed, clean, waxed, all that kind of stuff. And then you got to do the delivery of the car. And you got to go through all the ergonomics and how everything works, making sure that you cross all your T's, dot all your I's, making sure they know how all the knobs work, the navigate, everything. You see, some of you are like that car that never took the delivery, that never picks out the instruction manual. Some of you are like those cars that have all the bells and whistles, but you never use any of them. And that is the relation of the human being. See, some of you have all these bells and whistles, and you don't even use them because you don't even know they're there because you don't study your code. But it's coming back. You see, astrology and numerology and all the mystical arts and all the sciences, they're all coming back around like everything does because it's all cyclical. And we are in the age of I know thyself. No more secrets. When you know yourself, it's in line with what appears to be the golden age. Because when you finally figure out your instruction manual and all your powers, you have the ability to do whatever you want. And that's why the code's so important. And that's why it's so important to know who you are and why you're here. And I stress that, and I sound like a broken record, but I'm going to beat it in my process of expressing this to everybody because it's so important. And many of you just kind of like, well, you know. I mean, I said this on many broad, if you have kids, what is your kid's code? That's like a cheat sheet to know what your kid's going to be like growing up. It'll be easy for you to discipline your child because you know their code in advance. Instead of having to just observe them and what they're going to do, you can tell what they're going to do based on the cheat sheet, based on the instruction manual through their astrology and how the planets line up and their cards and their birthday and what day. You know, folks, this is a good example. Just yesterday, 5/21 was the 141th day of the year. I want you to think about this. Is how I know the code is exactly perfect. And if you know your code, you're going to be close to that exactitude. May 21st, the sun moved into Gemini. On May 21st, just yesterday, or 2 days ago, because it's 1 a.m. here, but May 21st, the sun moved into 0 degrees Gemini, the twins. Springtime. Jack and Jill, Jack in the Box, Gemini. May 21st is the 141st day of the year. What's 141? It's pi. And that's why I have been showing so much. That's why my last name is Payette. Why do you think I use pi, ladies and gentlemen? My last name is Payette. Has pi in it. You think that's an accident? That I was given that I was born into that family? My father's name is Payette? Think that's an accident? You think that's just pure coincidence? And that's why I use pi to do a major part of my decoding, if you follow my research. And hopefully you use it now. Because it's part of my code. I'm supposed to use it. I'm supposed to deliver it to the world. I'm following my code. I'm living out my best of life right now because I'm following my script, my code. I know why I'm here now. Do you know why you're here? Some of you, I get it, man. Everybody has their own code, their own life. Some of you really have a bad taste in your mouth about life. And I get it. I'm not living through your life. I'm not living through your shoes. But I feel that people, you have a way to look at life. And some of you have to forgive people that have done you wrong. And you're not. And you're still hung up on trying to prove those people wrong so you can be right, so you can look good, so they look wrong and bad. You don't want to look bad. Some of you are still giving a massive amount of your energy into trying to still hang on to being a victim, still trying to hang on to other people doing you wrong, when that doesn't even matter anymore. And the very one thing that's telling you to do is your coach just let that go. Because if you're giving energy to that, it's literally energy that you could be using elsewhere, but you're not. So they're getting that energy, or it's getting that energy. And as I say, folks, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the age of hedonism. This is the age of hedonism. This is all about living out your best life and creating that. Waking up every single day and saying, man, I freaking love my life, man. My life is amazing. Some of you are not at that. I see some of the comments. My life sucks. I know some of you say, my life sucks. I've been cheated. I've been robbed. I got screwed over. I've had all that stuff happen to me too. I've had a lot of, my life's been crazy. But yeah, here I am right now. Maybe you're not at that level right now, but you know what? Maybe you can get to that level. And maybe the very one thing that your code is telling you right now is to listen to what I'm telling you so you can get to that level. That's what you're going to need to do to get to the level of where I'm at, which is hedonism. I'm living a life of hedonism. And I'm not talking about sexual hedonism. I'm talking about being happy, waking up happy and excited to wake up and start your day. And you can't wait to get things moving. That's the layer I want all of you to have. But some of you are not. And if you're authentic with yourself, you'll admit that. You'll be like, yeah, I'm not there. I want to get there though. Well, what does it take to get to that level? You got to let go of all the crap, all the stories that you're hanging on to. You got to get rid of all that junk. The people you're blaming, the people you're pointing the finger at, they're gladly taking your energy. That's why, as you notice, I used to do this, but I'm not out there blaming the Jesuits. I'm not in that frame of mind. That's like blaming a shark. They're going to do what if I died tomorrow, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. I'm not going to be, I have no influence on them. None. Now I realize if there's like 50,000 people that come together and start blaming the Jesuits, then something may happen. But you know what? If nobody paid any attention to them, what would happen to them? If everybody just went around their lives and just paid attention to their own lives to make their lives better and raise your frequency, it would push out that crap. But what makes those entities and organizations stay around is because people keep pointing the finger and giving those people the energy and giving them their magic, and they'll gladly take it. They will gladly take your energy. You better believe they will. They know how magic works. Now it doesn't excuse what they do, right? But that's a separate point. My point is what are you giving your energy to? That's the point. That's the point. All right. Let me look at some of your comments. I have to take care of so many people. Why do you have to take care of so many people? You see, Sharbrink saying I have to take care of so many people. If that means because you have children, that's what your choice was. You got to pay the consequences. If you have kids right now and your kids are driving you crazy and your life's a mess and it's nuts and it's like, oh my God, my kids. Well, hey man, no one sat there and forced you to hump and get pregnant. That was your choice. And again, it's a contradiction because you're like, well, my life's coded and scripted. Yeah, but forget about that for a minute. It's how you handle everything, and it's not pointing the blame. It's like, man, that's part of your code. Deal with it. Deal with your code. And then get to the level of where you need to be with the kids. If you have people that rely on you and family members and all that kind of stuff, well, then you got to figure out how to make that the best scenario that you possibly can. And remember that no one can make you feel a certain way. That is not a possibility. No one can make you feel any way. You got to do it to yourself. That's why, like Wayne Dyer said, he said, if you think the rest of the world is the cause of your problems, you're going to have to send the rest of the world to the psychiatrist just so you can get better. That's what he said. Think about that. Many people are out there pointing the finger at other people for their unhappiness. Like, oh, he made me feel this way and she made me. No, they didn't. They didn't do anything. You're doing it to yourself. You are the absolute controller and you are the one of all responsibility for nobody can make you do anything. I mean, putting a gun to your head and saying, you better go do this, that's a different story, but no one can make you feel a certain way. You have to do it to yourself. So stop blaming other people and stop saying, she made me do this or oh my God, that person made me. No one made you do anything. You're doing it to yourself. It's ridiculous when people say stuff like that. You got to own your shit. You got to own it. You got to own that space. All right. Shaw Brinks, I got 6 kids. Well, that's what your choice was. You got 6 kids. But you got to own that space. Don't use that as an excuse. I got 6 kids and my life sucks. Don't use that as an excuse. You made that decision. No one told you to go hump and make 6 kids. Or if they're not even all your own, you decided to get with that person who had kids. Some of you inherited children from the person that you're with, but no one forced you to go be with that person. You knew what you were getting into, and you'd be like, "Well, no, I didn't. I didn't know their kids were going to be so evil and stuff." You weren't thorough enough. What did that teach you in life? A lot of moving parts, and I know there are exceptions. Some of you be like, "No, Logan, you don't know what the hell you're talking about." So I get it. So I may be way off for some of you. So the big fella is asking, "Hey Logan, can I have a card? I'm trying to decide if I should buy a property or not." Well, the big fella, I can answer the question for you. Do you want to buy the property? I don't even need to pull a card for you. The answer's already in your question. Do you want to buy it? It's a yes or no question. Scrape away all the crap that's attached to it. Do you want to buy the property? Because this card right here, I mean, I could pull any card and, I'm going to do it just to humor you. But some of you have questions and the answer is right embedded right into the answer is right into the question. If you're asking me, "Hey Logan, should I move?" Do you want to move? Christine selling her house. "Hey Logan, should I sell my house?" Do you want to sell your house? Do you want to move? Should I move? I don't know. Should I move? You asking that question should already give you the answer. Of course you should move. You asked the question. It's pretty simple. But I'll humor you, the big fella, since you're the big fella. And I mean that with respect, that I'm just having fun with you. But the big fella, trying to buy a house, property. But the answer is already in the question. But let's see. Let's see what you get. Well, I mean, so again, it's challenging for yes or no questions, but here's the card that you pulled, big fella, on should you buy a house or not. Well, that's the Knight of Cups, which is the Jack of Hearts, which this card right here, the whole symbology is winning, looking for love. Looking for love in your life. Now, if you're talking about a house, but is this house going to bring you a lot of love? Obviously, if you're asking, should I buy the house? It's a yes or no question. Well, this is telling you, this is what do you love? What are you in love with? This is like coming into the world and saying, "Hey, look what I got. Look what I got. Look at my shiny new toy." So the big question I would throw your way, to you, the big fella, is what's going to make you feel like you're in love again? Buying the house or not buying the house? And then you got to look at all the intangibles. Like, is it a good time to buy right now? The real estate market is really inflated and it's going to go right down pretty soon. So keep that in mind. I guess I'll be the catalyst to tell you that. The real estate market's going to take a big toilet flush soon, and the values are going to go down, 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 just like the stock market and all the everything else. So, if you're getting a good deal on it, but if you ask me, and I was in real estate for 6 years. If you ask me, real estate's going to lose at least 40% of its value. That's just my opinion, by the way. So take that into consideration. Steven's asking decode on. Steven Gelfuso, I have decoded that topic 3 or 4 times. If you go, ladies and gentlemen, let me make this announcement. Okay. It amazes me, but I get it. I get a lot of people that suggest I decode certain things, And I've already decoded it. Now I know I have almost 200 videos, so, and there's a lot of colors going on. I like to use a lot of neon, and I'm a big fan of colors and black and all that. So I get it. You may miss those things, but the very best thing you can do, and I'm gonna show you this live, because everyone will see this part of the screen, but I'm gonna show you how to do it. It's really easy. Thank you for bringing this up, Stephen, because this is a really good example. Okay. Let me just get this pulled up. My computer's lagging because of so much stuff I have going on here. So when you go to my Decode Your Reality channel, when you go to anybody's channel for that matter, there's a great function. Let me just do it here. Okay. So I'm hoping all of you can see this. But if you go to my Decode Your Reality channel, there's a little magnifying glass at the top where all the categories are. You have home, videos, playlists, community, channels, about, and there's the little magnifying glass, and in there you can type in whatever keywords you want. So if you were to type in the V word, you're going to get, it's going to be in there. There it is right there. You see? So I'm just encouraging all of you to use that search function. No, you can't even see it on the screen because, damn, I got to figure this out. It's bugging me. But anyway, inside any YouTube channel, there's going to be a magnifying glass, and that's going to allow you to type in any keywords you want. And I have a lot of videos that many of you are asking. I should decode, and though I've already done them. So some of you miss them, but some of you don't look. So all right. How long have I been going here? Let me see. I can't even tell. Oh. 3 hours. Okay. So I'm gonna probably start to wind down here. All right, so let me look at some of your comments. Somebody had asked for a card. Let me see if I can find that person. All right. Tam Tam. Okay. Let me pull a card for Tam Tam. Let's do this real quick. So Tam Tam, here you go. Oh, that's funny. Okay. So we pulled a card second time in a row. So Tam Tam, there you go. Knight of Cups. And again, I don't know what it means for you, but that's, primarily the most important thing for you to focus on in life right now is the Knight of Cups. And that's, looking for love. And that's like, what do you need to look for in your life? What do you need to focus on in your life right now? That will bring you joy and peace and serenity and your bliss. And if you're needing more information on that Knight of Cups, just open your favorite search engine, type in Knight of Cups, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and you're going to find the answers you're looking for. Okay? All right. What's up, Lovejoy? Thanks everybody for joining in. I wanted to say this to all of you folks. I want to reiterate this to all of you since we were talking about this. And this is part of decoding your reality, because everything I'm talking about is dismantling and putting together our realities. All right, let's pull a card for Tiger Wild. I'm assuming everybody's going to jump in on this. All right. So Tiger Wild. Here you go, my friends. So you got the Hierophant, which is card number 5. This is all about being a dictator. This is tied to Leo, and this is tied to the 5th house, which is tied to the throat chakra. And when you typically pull the Hierophant, it means taking control of your life. Stop messing around. If you have a lot of chaos going on, freaking cut the chaos out. And don't blame anybody for your chaos. It's your fault, your responsibility. Well, no, it's this, and these people are doing this. Figure a way to get that shit out of your life. Stop blaming people. Jane wants me to pull. Okay, so let's see. Well, Tiger Wild, I'm assuming you're female. You're welcome. Sarah's asking for a card. Sure, Sarah. Sarah Spencer. I like when some of you put your names there. It's kind of cool. All right. Alicia, I don't understand. Hey, I tried to decode it, did not work. I don't know what that means. Can you rephrase that? So Sarah. So Sarah has the 9 of Hearts. And the 9 of Hearts is the 9 of Cups. And the 9 of Hearts in the tarot now means your wishes are coming true. Fulfillment, contentment. Now, if that's not happening in your life, if it's upside down, it did come upside down, but typically I don't read the reverse. But if your life sucks and it's your wishes aren't coming true and you're not content, what are you going to do about it to change it? Now that you're being told what's going on, Sarah. But if your wishes are coming true and you're content and you're feeling great, because it's the 9 of Cups, the heart, emotions, then you're on track. But if you're not, that means you're not on track and your code is telling you, like, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to sit there and just wallow in that, or are you going to make some changes? If you need more information on that card, Sarah, just go to Truly Teach Me Tarot and type in 9 of Cups. If you go to your search engine, type in 9 of Cups, Truly Teach Me Tarot, you're going to find all the answers you're looking for. But that card is typically like all your wishes coming true and fulfillment and contentment and all that kind of stuff. All right. So Jane's asking for another card. I don't like doing 2 cards, to be honest, because it's like somebody saying, well, okay, you gave me that reading, but I'm not satisfied with that reading, so I need to get another one. But I get it. I'll just humor you, Jane. It's okay. But I'll humor you. I want to get to all these cards. These comments are going to go quick. So there you go, Jane. It's the Knight of Wands, which is the Jack of Clubs, card 24. And this is a card of like taking massive action in your mind, like making decisions, like not messing around. Like it's time to start taking action. Quit screwing around in your life. So I hope that helps, Jane. Logan, did you get any superhuman feedback? I don't know what that means. The answer would be no, because I don't know what it means. So Betty Rodriguez wants a card pulled for her. So Betty, let's see what the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now is. And then, so Betty, you got the Ace of Wands. And again, if you need more help on these cards, folks, go to Ace of Wands, Truly Teach Me Tarot in a search engine box, and you'll find that link. It's probably going to be in the first one on Google, and go read about it. But the Ace of Wands is tied to the 50th card, the Jack of Spades. The Ace of Clubs is the 14th card in the deck, and this one is all about new beginnings in your mind, the seeds being planted in your mind. What's going on in your mind right now? Who was that? That was Betty. The Ace of Wands. Ace of Wands is always new beginnings. It's new seeds being planted in your mind. And if you're conscious of that, like, okay, what's going on in your mind right now? What's new seeds are being planted? And if you're in the now moment, you'll be able to figure out what's going to be most important for you. Like, what are those thoughts coming into your mind right now? You have a lot of those. What's going to stand out in the forefront? What's going on in your life? And again, go type in Truly Teach Me Tarot, Ace of Wands, and go research that, and you'll get more information. Alba Rose, I would like one for my marriage, please. Okay, no problem. I don't really know what this is going to mean for you. I don't know what's going on in your marriage, but let's see. So, Alba Rose, you get the 8 of Pentacles. This is a card of hard at work. Typically, this is the 8 of Diamonds. This is all about money. This is a very successful card. What's going on? Are you guys doing a new business right now? Is your marriage suffering because someone's working too much? That could be too. But let me know your feedback on that. 8 of Pentacles, Alba Rose, for your marriage. Could mean your partner's working too much, you're working too much, sacrificing your marriage, not putting enough energy into your partner. Your partner's maybe saying, hey, you're not paying enough attention to me because you're putting too much attention into work. Maybe you need to balance things out a little bit too much. Typically, when you get that card, it's a card of success with business and finances, but since you pulled it for your marriage, is that in line with what I'm telling you? Lucky Digger's asking me, have I decoded Atlantis? I have not. I believe that I may have, I think you want to say I may have been in Atlantis. Okay. Interesting. Have you done your Akashic records to support that? Or is this just an idea that came your way or something you feel? Alicia, you're asking me, yo, Logan. All right. Logan, yo, Logan. Okay. Sharbrinks is really not happy with my comment. Should work on my compassion and empathy. Okay. You are my friend. See, I give it to you raw, ladies and gentlemen. And again, these are my opinions and truths. And sometimes the messages that I deliver to people are not what they want to hear. I don't sugarcoat things, and sometimes I'm very raw, and sometimes it may not seem like I have some compassion and empathy. Sometimes that's not what you need to hear in life. You don't need to hear all lovey-dovey and rainbows and fluffy marshmallow clouds and all that kind of stuff. I mean, if you don't like your life, if your life is haywire and crazy because you have many children running around, just remember that that was your decision that you made. I don't know why that's coming off the wrong way. So if you took it the wrong way, my apologies, but I'm unapologetic with what I say because I'm just saying I'm coming from a layer of neutrality. I'm not giving like, oh, you poor thing, you have 6 children and your life is so tough and I'm not taking that away. I just don't know what you meant by that. Does your life suck because you have 6 children? Or, I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that what you would say it's going on? I'm not sure. But okay, I think you just kind of took it the wrong way. But I'm not unapologetic with my stuff. Sometimes, okay, I don't know. So it's tough. See me communicating with a text box. So my apologies, Sharbrinks. You are my friend. But again, I give it to you very raw. I'm somebody who is not about blaming anything. It's owning your own shit. If you don't like your life, that's on you. Okay, so you never said your life was bad. Okay, cool. So I don't know what I said. Okay, so let's just scratch that, Sharbrinks, and what is it that I said that rubbed you the wrong way? I don't know. Because again, it's tough. You're not being able to express yourself through this freaking keyboard, and I'm taking it one certain way. So So I don't know what you meant by that. So if you can reiterate that, I can kind of read. I can't read. There's so many comments. Trying to go back. It's tough to go back up here and read. Okay. Okay, so I went back up and it says, if I only had to worry about myself, shit would be hedonism. Well, then what you got to do, if you have other people in your life, you got to make it hedonism around your entire lives with everybody. So what you did say, you said, my life, if I didn't have to worry about, if I only had to worry about myself, your life would be hedonism. So what you're saying is your life isn't hedonism. Then that's what you're saying here. I have to take care of so many other people, it gets hard to be excited. Well, how would you get excited by taking care of other people? I don't know. So maybe I took it the wrong way. Maybe I said the wrong thing. But again, it's so hard. I got so many comments coming here. I may have read somebody else's comment. I don't know. So my apologies. Okay. You never said your life was bad. You never said my life sucks. But you did say that if you didn't have to take care of so many people, then you would be living through hedonism. Something to that effect. I don't know. Is that what you said? I guess you may have to reiterate that. That's kind of what I got out of that. So let me just clarify this for you. I want to kind of make this right, Charbrinks. Do you live a life of hedonism? Let me just ask you that question. It's a yes or no question. And if you do, great. If you don't, then what's causing you not to live a life of hedonism? That would be my question to you. Lucky Digger saying about twin flames. My twin flame told me about Atlantis. Okay. Awesome. It's normal to not be excited all the time. Well, hedonism is not about being excited. Hedonism is about living life as happy as you possibly can. Pleasure, the pleasure principle. Go study hedonism, Charbrinks. We're just on different ends of the spectrum here. I get it. You got kids cleaning up puke, breaking bones, but that's what you signed up for, though. I'm simply saying to you and all of you that have kids, I don't have kids. I've been around kids. I know what it's like to have kids. I've been in relationships with other people that have kids. I know it's not easy. But that is the choice that you made. So when you're going and picking up puke and pee and poop and wiping butts and you signed up for that. And you're like, well, that's not exciting. Well, did you think of that when you decided to make a baby or to jump in with kids? Somebody had kids. When you really, and it's all hindsight, right? And it's all a big F you to all of us. Because most of you would say, no, I never had kids, so I don't even know what it feels like to have kids. So I didn't know I was going to have to clean up puke. I didn't know I was going to have to deal with broken bones. I didn't know I would have to deal with temper tantrums and all that. I didn't know. At the time, it was a good idea. I'm like, hey, I want to have kids. Oh, honey, I want to have kids too. Or whatever, however it happened, I don't know. Do we really kind of scan down the years of having a kid and raising a child and everything that goes into that? Or getting a dog or a cat, and when you get the dog or cat, you know you're going to have to potty train them. And you know you're going to have to clean up pee and poop and all that stuff. It's different than knowing it versus going into it. But that's what you signed up for. It's like when you get a dog, you know you're going to have to potty train them. If you don't want to go through that, don't get a dog. Now, I'm not being insensitive because I know Charbrinks, So, okay, well, you got depressed when you got pregnant at 16. All right, well. I would encourage you on that. I would encourage you on this, Shardbrinks. Okay, so this is how I read you. And I'm trying to have fun with this, so please try to laugh, because you know I'm all about laughing. We got to make up the laughing part of this. So you say you were depressed when you got pregnant. What changed? Because then you decided to have 5 children on top of that. So you must have snapped out of the depression and realized this isn't so bad. Right? Like, my life's over. I'm sure you were thinking, like, at 16, you're like, man, my life's over. Those of you that gotten pregnant, you're 16, like, man, my whole life's over. I can't enjoy life. And I was like, right? All I can tell you is you got to make the best of your life. I know that's very vanilla and watered down and all that kind of stuff, but you just got to make the best of your life, the best of what your code is. And then if you have children, the very best thing you can do to live a life of hedonism, to get past, like, I got to clean this up, I got to do this, I got to take them to the doctors. Oh my God, I can never get a break in my life. I know, but that's what you signed up for that. Own that space. Own it. I didn't sign up for that. I can tell you right now, you know what? One of the reasons why I didn't have any children. I don't have any children. You know why? Because I didn't want to go through that. Because I knew that was going to happen. I didn't want to do that. That's the choice I made. All part of our code. But if you have children, Shardbrinks, you have 6 kids. Wow. That's Brady Bunch. Do you know what your kids' code is? Do you sit down with your children and you go over their code and teach them their code? That's what I would do as a parent. Teach my children their code and learn about my children's code, because then you can discipline your children based upon their instruction manual versus just disciplining them based upon what your parents taught you. And your parents probably never studied your code. So they just disciplined you, or at least taught you how to do things based upon how their parents taught. And if you go back in time, if you go backwards, I can promise you the mystical arts, it was frowned upon. It was all demonic. So the likelihood of any parent instructing their kids how to live their lives based upon their instruction manuals, all of us, are very slim to none. So the only thing I can say, that I don't want to wrap this all around Shardbrinks and whatnot. And, you know, if I said the wrong things based upon this rotten text that I have to go by, because it's so hard for you to get your emotions. If I were to sit down and talk to you one-on-one, we would have had a different conversation. The only thing I can tell you is, and I only imagine, you said your mom passed when you were 14. I don't know what that feels like. Unless anybody has ever had that happen, all you can do is appreciate that scenario and then have feelings and compassion for that. I don't know what that feels like. But what I can tell you is that's gone and over and done with. What are you going to do now? You see, I'm all about living in the now, and what I was taught through Landmark and all the personal development that I've done throughout my life is to not wallow in that. That happened. Your mom passed when you were 14. But is that still affecting your life today? And then you need to ask yourself, why is that still affecting your life right now? Would your mom want you to live a life of agony and pain and suffering based upon her death when you were 14? Or would she be like, hey, I want you to have a fruitful life no matter what happened, no matter how bad it happened, or no matter how tragic of any event or happened in your life? Anybody that has passed that was a family member of yours, they would not want you to be wallowing and be miserable and depressed and stressed out based upon what happened to them and how it affected you. That doesn't matter anymore. I'm not belittling the death of anybody that happened in your past. Shardbrinks with your mother. I'm not belittling anything that happened with your mom when you were 14. That really did happen. What I do wrap my mind around is the stories that you bolted on to the passing of your mom when you were 14. All the stories that you created in your mind that you're still living through right now. That's what I'd be concerned with. Anyway, I can go on and on. If I were to have a conversation with you, it'd be a little bit different. This is so very challenging to talk to somebody through a text, and I'm not even getting your part of the story. So again, I apologize. I mean, your story, I'm not belittling all that. I know you're telling me only the history. But what matters is not the history, my dear. What matters is right freaking now. That's what matters. You know how I stand on that. What matters is right now. What's going on right now? Not what happened. You know, I don't know what your age is, but not what happened in the past. What matters is right now. So, okay. Yeah, lucky digger. A large family's a blessing. Exactly. That's the way to look at it. But anyway. All right. Let's move on. Not that I'm belittling any of your situations. Let's move on. Okay. The neighbor's dog keeps coming over. I don't want a dog. Okay. I'm reading. So, question, can you reserve a decode? Like the opposite of a decode of a person's code? Is there an anti-code? I don't really understand your question. I can't even pronounce your alias. You know, I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, since we were talking about this, and I'm not going to harbor on this, but this is how it is, and this is, again, I go right back to Landmark and Werner Erhard. And this is just going off a neutrality standpoint, ladies and gentlemen. This is what he says. He says he never makes suggestions to people. In one of his speeches, this is what he said. And of course, I'm a fan of this. He said, "You aren't ever gonna get happy. That's a promise." I'm gonna say that again. He said, "You will never get happy, ever." He said, "Things get good, they get bad. Things get good, they get bad. Things get good, they get bad." And that's how life is. So you're never going to get happy. He says the pursuit of happiness is the guarantee against us ever getting happy. So it's a contradiction, right? Because I'm all about hedonism and creating the best lifestyle that you possibly can in every which way you possibly can. But life, you get happy, you get sad, you get depressed, you get anxiety. You get happy, you get sad, you get depressed, you get anxiety. Life goes up, life goes down, life goes up, life goes down, life goes up, life goes down, life goes love, goes fear. It goes love, it goes fear, it goes love, it goes fear. That is how this reality works. And what it does is it feeds the battery. That is the matrix of this world. We feed, we're called ambrosia. So the best thing to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to do whatever you can to live out a life of hedonism, the pleasure principle, do whatever it takes. Some of you are in really bad relationships. You know you're in the relationship. That doesn't make you happy. You just conform to it. Some of you feel like you're stuck in a relationship. But that relationship is a cancer relationship, and you need to somehow get out of that. And the best way to do that, if you feel like you don't have any hope, is just go window shopping. Some of you, you know why a lot of people stay in relationships with other people? Because they're like supportive of, they're being supported by that person. Or they don't have a job, they don't have any money, and their partner's paying their bills, their partner's paying the mortgage and the rent, and they're hanging that over their head. Some of you are in that same exact predicament right now, but you don't want to stay in the relationship. So you can't live a life of hedonism. And there's not a lot of pleasure in your life. And the person you're living with is changed. They're not the person that you met when you were on your honeymoon stage. And now you're at the mercy of that person because, again, it's all, I can't do this because this and this and this. And so what do? You go start going window shops, to start going to look at apartments, start calling around for friends that can take you in. Maybe you'd be embarrassed about that, but it'll at least get you out of the situation. You got to start somewhere. So you know how I feel about it. I'm all about, you're living through your code. Life's a big contradiction, but at the same time, that little voice in your head, it's telling you things. And some of you ignore the voice in your head. You go against the voice in your head, or so it seems. Some of you are still stuck in the past, living off of old fragmented memories that have no bearing in this reality, right in the now moment. All that matters is right now, nothing that happened in the past. Yet many of you still are attached to the stories that you've created, not what happened. You see, there is what happened, and then there are the stories that we bolt on to what happened. And the stories is what really screws everything up. Because we get emotionally involved with the stories, not what happened. And I'm going to use an example, a really good one. When you go and turn the television on and you go start to watch a movie that gets you emotionally involved, and you may cry during that movie. You may have compassion for one of the actors or actresses in that movie because you can relate to that, because you went through a similar situation. So you have what happened, and you have the stories that are attached to what happened. And what really happened is there's an actor or actress in the movie playing out their part. That's what really happened. And there's no meaning to it because it's just all an act. And then we turn the telly on and we live through the screen and we create all these stories and attach it to what happened, which is absolutely meaningless. Hollywood is absolutely meaningless. It's all theater. Yet we bolt on all these emotions and we get emotionally involved with these characters. We all do it. And those are the stories that we bolt on. And they have no meaning other than what we give them. And for many people in this world today, they are dedicated to their stories. And those stories they attach themselves to, and they wrap their minds and their whole entire lives around those stories. That's part of the code. If you can observe that and separate the two and realize that there's what happened and the stories that bolt on to what happened, if you can pull the stories away and get rid of the stories and just focus on what really happened, life becomes easier. You strip away a lot of the layers, and you're able to move into the pleasure principle. I'm reading some of your comments. Tam, do you have negative or positive blood? My blood, I have the most rarest blood type. I have AB negative. That's my blood type. 1% of the world. AB negative. All right. I think we're going to end this transmission. Before we do that, we're going to do a collective card pull. Is everybody down for that? Is everybody down for that? Is everybody down? Is everybody in the mood for that? So we kind of veered off. We had some emotions running. And again, if I offended you, my apologies. Again, it's so challenging to read text. You can imagine what my screen looks like. I have all these comments coming in and they all look the same. And it's far away and my eyesight is not the greatest, even though I wear contacts. I've been wearing them since I was 10. And that's not an excuse. I'm just telling you how it is. So my apologies to those people that I offended. Again, it's sometimes the context is tough. But again, folks, I'm all with what Werner Erhard said. He said, life, you're never going to get happy because life gets good and then it gets better and then it gets worse. Gets good and then it gets worse, and then it gets good and then it gets bad, and then it gets worse, and then it gets better. And the thing what we do is, folks, what do we do? What do we do to what does our ego and our identity do to stay away from that? Well, I'm going to get happy when I get a divorce. Then I'm going to get happy. And then you get the divorce. And then you may be happy for a little bit. And then life just takes a turn. And you get depressed again. Well, I'll be happy if I get that raise at that job. You get the raise. You celebrate and you're all happy. And then when that wears off, you may get a bit of anxiety because something happens in your life that causes you to jump into that anxiety boat. And then you're like, oh, if I just won the lottery, I'd be so happy. And you hit a scratch ticket and you win like 20 grand on a scratch ticket. Oh my God, I won 20,000 on a scratch ticket. And then all of a sudden you go high and now you're back on life again and you're happy. And then you conform to that and you spend all the money and you pick up this really bad habit and you get depressed again. And that's life. That's why you're never really gonna get happy. Because you get happy, you get sad. You get happy, you get sad. You get angry. You get excited, you get disappointed. That's the code. That's the wave. That's why it's called the dragon wave. And we all have to go through that, no matter what your code is. And as I always say, ladies and gentlemen, your code is scripted. You have no control over it other than small little things, I think. Again, if you believe you have free will. But total free will, not on my watch. So if you believe that, if you adopt my principles of what I believe, and if you don't, then great. Keep doing what you're doing. Again, make the truth your own. But if you're seeing symbols, if you're seeing your whole entire life coded and scripted like mine, if you're seeing what I see, what's your best move then? To get yourself in a position where you wake up every day and you're like, man, my life's freaking amazing. Now that I told you life's a big contradiction, so you're going to get happy, you're going to get sad. You're always going to want what you can't have. And then when you get what you have and you conform to it, you're like, man, okay, I'm bored with that. Why do you ladies have this massive walk-in closet with 1 million different dresses and jeans that you haven't worn in over a year, 2 years? Because you go shopping and like, oh my God, this outfit looks amazing. You conform to it and then it just becomes just like everything else in your closet. Some of you ladies have, some of you guys too have clothes that just still have the tags on them that you thought those were going to make you happy. You get happy, you get sad, you get happy, you get sad. That's life. And it's just part of the code. But your code is your code. That's right, Jane. Life is a joke. You got to laugh as much as you possibly can. I don't know. You know what I would do if I had kids? If I had kids, I would watch a shitload of stand-up comedy in my household. That's what I would do. Make everybody laugh all the time. It's a surefire way to get at least more highs and lows. Funny movies, stand-up comedy. That's what I would do. All right. Yeah, roller coaster. Folks, this whole life, it's all scripted. It's all coded, and we're not the architects of it. We are just the fulfillers of the code. That's it. So just enjoy the ride. Find out if you got, like, you know, if you're one of those people that have a lot of kids, are you decoding your kids? Do you know what your kids' cards are? Do you know what their birthdays are? What's the time span in between your birthday and their birthdays? What are you and your husband, if you got kids, you probably got a husband or whatever. What is your card and his card together? What are your card, his card, and your kid's card together? Add it all up. What are your name numerologies? What are their name numerologies? What are your kids' numerology? Are you teaching your kids this stuff? I can tell you right now, it's going to happen. This will become taught in school. I mean, that's why I'm going and joining Santos, because those people over there are doing all this stuff that I'm doing. And they're bringing it back. And it's going to be standard. And those that follow these principles will be able to raise their consciousness. And again, you'll have more ups than downs. Surrendering to your code is going to bring you up, not bring you down. Knowing you're exactly where you are at this very moment is going to raise your frequency versus lowering it. Even if you feel like, man, I'm in a shitty position right now. But you got to keep doing it. You know, one of the things I learned, we're going to do a card pull, but one of the things I wanted to make a mention, one of the things that I learned, ladies and gentlemen, through all my years of personal development, is that repetition is the key to success. Repetition. If you take me for an example, if you look at I have an older Decode Your Reality channel. When I started doing septenary, and the septenary is different than what I'm using now, and you can clearly see the difference between decodes back then and decodes now. Practice, repetition, 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 repetition. You get better, you get better, you get better. You play the piano, you play the piano, you play the piano, you play the piano. You get better, you get better, you get better, you get better. Some of you are really fast typers on the keyboard. Well, if you go all the way back to when you first started typing on the keyboard, you're probably like a pecker. You're pecking on the keyboard. Now you're doing 60, 80 words a minute. Repetition, 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 repetition. All of you are probably really good at driving cars around. You're on the phone, you're drinking something, you're eating something, you're leaning over talking to somebody, and you're driving at the same time. Who's driving the car? Repetition, 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 repetition. Why are we not doing that with understanding or understanding our codes? Why are we not doing that? You know why? Because either we weren't told to do it or we were told not to do it. This is from the devil. Don't look at that stuff. Don't mess around with that stuff. That's the devil. Astrology is the devil. Don't do that. Don't study nature. That's paganism. That's pagan. Don't do that. The Lord will not like that if you do that. And it's just the very opposite, ladies and gentlemen. In the dark age, which is what it appears that we're in, yeah, that's not going to work in the golden age. Or if we're at the tail end of the dark age, we're going to move into the golden age, but we still have some dark age left. It's a matter of shifting things and realizing, like, repetition, repetition, repetition. Study your code, study your code, study your code, study your code. You know, I do readings for people, and I know what happens. Some people I do readings for, I send them, if they get my number one reading, I give them a report. It's 100 pages about, give or take. And my suggestion as a metaphysician, like a prescription, for the next 30 days, read that report every single day, every night before you go to bed. I know some of them don't do that. Well, I got to do this, and I got to do that. Okay, what's the priority here? I was in nutrition for a long time, like it was my main thing in life. And I get people that come to me like, "Hey, Logan, I want to drop 20 pounds." Okay, here's what you got to do. And they're all gung-ho, and then after about a week, they fall off the wagon. I don't see them for a while. And then they come back and they're the same. And I'm like, what happened? Well, this and that. It's all excuses. Well, what really happened was everything that I gave to you to reduce the 20 pounds, it wasn't as important as you continuing on with the conformity of your life. That repetition was more important than reducing the 20 pounds. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're faced at unprecedented times. And a lot of people in this world today are working jobs they hate. They're with people they don't like, they're not in love with, but they're doing it because it's easy, because they conform to it. And they're used to doing the repetition of that. They're good at it. They're good at being in a really abusive relationship. Repetition, 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 repetition. So now it's time, if you're here listening to this message, now it's time to take your power back, to understand your code. You cannot understand or understand your code by reading it one time or reading it one day a week. If you want to fast track the process, this is an everyday. You brush your teeth every day, you drink water every day, you wipe your butt every day, you take a shower every day, you wash your hair, you get dressed, you put shoes on. If you have a dog, you walk the dog every day. Why are you not studying yourself every day? There's no payoff with it. That's why. If somebody paid you $1,000 a day to study yourself, I guarantee you'd be sitting there studying yourself. That's the payoff. Everything in life has a payoff to it, including studying yourself, but there's no payoff. It's not a scratch ticket. Studying yourself and studying your children and studying your partner and a lot of you are trying to make your partner behave like you as your code, and that is causing a lot of resistance in your relationships. Whereas if you just study your partner and you sit down and make a conscious effort, it's like, okay, honey, every weekend we're going to study each other's code, why you do the things you do. And when you start to study your partner's code, you start to see why they behave certain ways. And you're like, oh, that's why he does that. This whole time I was always getting in arguments because he was behaving a certain way. He can't help himself. It's his code. And that's what causes a lot of resistance in relationships. It's people trying to force their code on somebody else, and that doesn't work. So the very best thing we can do is study everybody in our immediate circle. If you got kids, you should know your kids like up and down and sideways. Name numerology, life path, personality type, sun sign, moon sign. Where's their Jupiter? What's in their second house? What's in their 10th house? Their service to the world. What's their midheaven? Do they like to be around water more than they do like to being in the mountains? Now you can probably figure that out by asking them, but you'll know with absolute certainty when you know the code, the cheat sheet. It's a cheat sheet. That's why it's so accurate. It is what it is, and more people are coming around. And those of you that are here, I'm just encouraging you. Again, I'm just encouraging you. I know I'm kind of ramming this right now, but it's important. That's why I do readings for people. Part of my code, though. But I'm really good at interpreting people. And a lot of what I do is just giving you confirmation. You already know it. You just need someone to tell you, to say it's okay. Go ahead, go do that. Yeah, it's in your code. But maybe mom or dad told you it's not part of you. Like, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. Based upon a fear from their mom and dad that taught them, handed them down. Different code. Their code's not going to work for your code. Not all the time. Most of the time it won't. Now, when it comes to businesses or something, running a business, even that plays out a role. Some of you work at jobs you're not even built to work at, but you go do it because it's easy. It's not part of your, it's part of your code, but it's not. So life's a contradiction. But it's definitely a blueprint. It is time consuming. Kevin Clark, it's time consuming. Absolutely. But folks, if you just analyze your life, this is a good point. Thanks, Kevin, for bringing this up. If you analyze your life, if you look at your entire life, like I'll give you a prime example. This is how, like when I did nutrition counseling, I was really good at it. You know why? I held people accountable. I didn't take any crap. And like if you were to come to me and say, hey, Logan, I want to drop 20 pounds. Awesome. I want to see exactly everything you're eating and drinking for the next 2 weeks. And don't try to pull some crap like, don't try to leave out the candy bars. Don't try to hide those. Don't try to look good. I'm not interested in you looking good in front of me. I don't care about that. If you want to drop the 20 pounds, I guarantee I'll give you the formula for that. I need to see everything you're eating and drinking and doing on a daily basis. It's going to be in there of why you've gained the 20 pounds. Right? It's going to be in there. That was my formula. I want to see it. Some people they're not honest though. They'll just leave things out because they're too ashamed or they're too scared to show you. What will he think? Like I told you, life's about looking good. People lie all the time. That's why you brush your teeth before you go to the dentist, because what will the dentist think if I have food stuck in my teeth? Can't have that. I got to have the best teeth possible when I go sit in the dentist chair. I mean, think about it. We go get our teeth cleaned. Like I'm going to get my teeth cleaned. And what do? We brush our teeth before we go get our teeth cleaned. It's retarded. But that's what we do. Life's about looking good. It's funny. Jeremy Cook, cost for your service. Well, you can go to my website and actually send me an email, Jeremy Kirkwood, and I'll send you my, send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and I'll send you, request that. If you're looking for, folks, this is a great thing. If you're looking for a reading, send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and I'll send you some information on it. If you feel that calling, I'll send it to you. ZM's asking, can you give us an example of one of decoding someone? Absolutely. So when I decode people, I do usually everything one-on-one through Skype. We connect on Skype, chat a little bit, answer any questions, and then I mostly share my screen during my readings. My most popular reading, my number 2 reading, is about 3 to 4 hours. And we record everything, so you can download it after you're done. You're going to want to watch it again. And I synchronize astrology, human design, personality types, cards of illumination, your life path, the tarot, your numerology, all that stuff. We synchronize and we just jump back and forth. I'm all over the place, but we just kind of package it all and put it all together because everything all kind of attaches to one another. And we go over and answer all your questions and make sure you're a happy camper. And you got a friend for life, you know? I mean, I'm not just like, a lot of people I give readings to, and then like if I find something that's attached to who you are and why you're here and I remember, I'll send it to you. If you need to reach out and talk to me or you need a question answered, I'm here to answer that right now. We'll see, because I know I'm going to be getting busier and busier when I go over and start hanging out with Santos and those guys. But Claire's at, I don't know my time of birth. Well, Claire, there's a way, if some of you don't have any birth certificates with the timestamp on there is a way to use a, where's my pendulum? I don't know what my pendulum is, but there's a way to use a dowsing technique where we do a pendulum and we try to dial in your time of birth. And then once we dial that time of birth in, then we try to narrow that down with the sun sign in astrology and see if that describes you. And if you really resonate with the information, then we know we're really close and we can try to dial it in even more. But I use a dowsing technique. That's what I do. So I hope that helps. So those of you that for those of you that do not have your time of birth, we can narrow it down that way. If we cannot narrow it down, I do have a reading, my number 3 reading. It's with the tarot cards, and that reads your now energy. I go off of the natal chart of astrology, and we pull 13 cards. It's called the Ophiuchus reading. And we go through all the houses, which are going to be your eye, and we read your real-time energy. And it allows you to make adjustments based upon what's going on in your life right now. And we can synchronize that with the cards of illumination and other things as well. That reading typically is an hour and a half, sometimes a little bit longer. I typically go over on all my readings. So if you want to get a reading and you don't have your time of birth, we can do number 3 reading. And my website is called, the new one I have coming out, and I haven't said this very much because it's not finished, but my new website and my new brand that's coming out is called Cosmic Sugar, cosmicsugar.org, not .com, cosmicsugar.org. And a lot of the pages are still under construction, but there's a category called personal readings, and it has all my readings in there and the pricing structures. And, you know, if you resonate with one of those, great. Send me an email. You can book one right on the website. And if you need a consultation, I do offer complimentary consultations to answer all your questions to make sure you're completely satisfied before you jump in head first. I want to make sure that you're having all your questions answered. So there's that. Okay. Let's do this conscious card pull. And I'm going to get a song for that. Let's go with Mr. Phil Collins. All right, because I can feel it in the air tonight. All right. So I've been going at this 4.5 hours. That's pretty much my average, 4 to 5 hours. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks all very much for all of you that have stuck with me from the beginning until now. Congratulations. We went through a lot of information. I'm kind of withering down now. You can probably tell my energy is getting a little low. I did show a lot of information tonight, shared a lot of information, and went through a lot of roller coasters tonight. So thanks for sticking with me. But let's do a conscious card pull. And the question that we're going to ask the cards tonight. Let me actually, before I do that, let me recap on some of the past card pulls. Many moons ago, we had asked how the world would be in 6 months, 6 months to a year from now. And it was a collective. So it was everybody coming together, joining in, putting their minds, focusing on it for 30 seconds. And this was the card we pulled. It was the Five of Pentacles, which was all about debilitation and hard times ahead. That's one of the cards we pulled. I thought it was absolutely very fitting. Now, you can see what's going on. Folks are moving into hyperinflation. I don't know if you know that or not, but you can tell now at the gas pumps, if you go to the grocery store, the prices on everything are starting to inch their way up. We are moving into inflation / hyperinflation. And that was the card we pulled, is hard times ahead. And the other one that we just recently pulled, the question was, it was based around fiat currency and cryptocurrency. And of course, it was a general reading based on those terms and constructs and ideas. Now, a lot of you are like, I know some of you are totally against the crypto, totally against it. But this was the card that we pulled on that question just last week. How do you see the world of money and cryptocurrency and fiat currency and all that in between? How do you see that? We pulled the 16th card, the Tower card. This card needs no introduction. So again, some of you were like, well, that just means crypto's not going to make it, and that may be true. But it could also mean that the fiat currency, the world, in my opinion, how I would interpret it, money's dead soon. It's going to die. That's why hyperinflation's coming in. It's here. It's coming. And I have a feeling you're going to see food shortages and all that kind of stuff. And what will happen is the merge will be into crypto. I mean, China already has theirs. Theirs came out April 17th. Russia's getting about, I know all the countries are getting prepared. And, to me, I'd rather be safe than sorry. So my suggestion is get in the crypto game, even if it's just a little bit. Get into the crypto game. All right? All right. So the question. So Lucky's asking me the Great Sale. Yep, I have totally decoded the dollar bill. I have a decode on the dollar bill, actually. So you should check that out. Talk all about that stuff. Okay. All right, so this is what the question is going to be tonight, folks. I'm gonna pick this one. I've already made the decision on this one, and again, I started saying this at the beginning of this transmission. Was if you don't know what your question is going to be with the cards, the very best thing you can ask is what's the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now. Which I pulled some cards for you, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, and that's going to be the question for all of us tonight. So get ready. The question's going to be, what is the most important thing for the entire world to focus on in life right now? What's the main focal point in life that the world needs to be on right now? Where does the world need to be looking and headed right now? That's going to be the question. I'm going to shuffle these cards 3 times. I'm going to let them sit. So there was 3 shuffles. 3 shuffles in this deck. We're going to pick one card out of that deck. And you're always going to pick the right one because life is scripted. That's the great part about it. And So this song I'm going to be choosing here, we're going to meditate on that question, ladies and gentlemen. Get your thinking caps on, and we're going to be playing a song called Space Ghost, and it's by Deep Space Pilots. That's this song playing in the background. It's one of my new favorites right now that I'm playing. But again, the question, wrapping your mind around this as a collective. What does the world need to focus on in life right now? What do you feel the world needs to focus on in life right now? What's the most important thing that we all need to focus on in life right now? All those things wrapped up in this question. As a collective, coming together right now. What does it look like? All right, so everybody got that? Everybody got their thinking caps on? Are you all ready? Okay. So we're going to meditate on that for, 30 seconds or so. I'm not going to time it. I'm just going to feel it out. And then we're going to pull a card. So get your thinking caps on. You folks ready? What is the most important thing for the world, the entire world, to focus on in life? Everybody. What do we all have to focus on in life right now? Get your thinking caps on. All right, so here we go. I'm going to crank the music up, get immersed in the song, the music, and let's go. 30 seconds. Here we go. All right, folks. It's a great song, huh? Just deserves a lot of recognition. By the way, so again, that song is Deep Space Pilots. It's called Space Ghost. Go type that into YouTube. Give those guys a thumbs up. Great song. All right. So, one card, one answer. Collectively coming together. What is the most important thing for the entire world to focus on in life right now? What are you thinking, folks? Here we go. Middle card. So here is the card. Let me just get to my screen here. Let's get the glare off. So this is the Queen of Wands, otherwise known as the Queen of Clubs. A little black cat sitting in front. And how does this relate to all of us coming together as a collective and kind of pulling this card? I'm going to give you some keywords on this card, Queen of Wands. All right, let me give you the keywords on this. I don't know them by heart, so I know the cards, but I want to give you some definitives. And how do we make heads or tails of what does the world need to do? The most important thing for the world to do right now. And, you know, the Queen itself automatically is all about compassion. And Sharbrinks reminded me of that tonight. I sometimes I do need to be more compassionate. It's tough when you're communicating this way. But let me give you the keywords of this card: creative, independent, confident, beautiful, passionate, optimistic, influential. So it says the Queen of Wands is a very mature, compassionate, confident person, dedicated to her pursuits in career, family, and love. And generous and loving. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, that the Queen of Wands is the Queen of Clubs. And the Queen of Clubs is the 25th card in the deck. 25, of course, is all about the 7, if you reduce down. But that Queen of Wands is all about using the mind. And we know that the mind is the controller of the body, because everything has to start here first before it expresses through the body. So the card clearly is telling all of us that we really need to move back into the mind and really think about the things that we're going to the things that we're going to do in the near future. Let me pull up something else here. Let me pull up one of my other resources. Let's get some more. Let me give you guys this. I'm going to go to Truly Teach Me Tarot because that's my favorite. But the title of the card is called The Seer. The Sage, the seer. Mature, fire, feminine. So it's bringing back values. Being very independent. Taking charge of the situation. Think about what I'm saying here. Fire. Taking charge, independency, positive and dynamic. But the Queen of Wands is going to use her feelings based upon compassion from the mind, and then expressing it into the world. The card that was on the bottom of the deck as well, to get kind of an extensive look, was the 2 wands. We pulled this up earlier, but this is like launching long-term plans. When you combine that with the Queen, two wands, the bottom of the deck and the middle of the deck, the 2 of Wands is launching long-term plans, the world in the palm of his hand. We pulled this earlier for somebody. When you combine the Queen with that, the Queen is going to be the compassionate, mature, fire, leadership kind of person taking charge in this world right now. And that's exactly what this world needs, is to know that a new world is coming upon us. We know that the new age is coming upon us, and with this new age is going to come with a lot of responsibility. And we know that this new age that's going to come with a lot of responsibility is going to come with a lot of independency. So again, the Queen of Wands is a lot of independency, and that would mean for you and the rest of the world focusing on is how to become really independent. Now, folks, I want to just tell you this. This is really interesting, because what's going on in the world right now is not independency. I talk to a lot of people around here in the U.S. anyway. I don't know what it's going on in your part of the world, but here in the U.S., there are a ton of jobs. There's not a shortage of jobs right now. And what's going on is people are not independent anymore. They are reliant on that stimulus check coming in. People have become lazy because they know they can sit at home and not have to go and bust hump to get a paycheck. They have a paycheck already coming in. That was part of the script, by the way. It's already set up that way. The feds have been printing money like nobody's business, like gangbusters. And the dollar has been devalued because of that. And this is why we're seeing hyperinflation. So it has made people stay home and rely on that check coming in, which is a lack of independency, a lack of leadership. Yeah, Charbrinks, compassionate. Yeah, I know. Are you saying that for me? I need to be more compassionate. But we can all use more compassion, right? The feminine compassion, yes, of course. But this is all about leadership. And that is the demise of this country. There is no more independency anymore. There are so many people at home not wanting to go to work because they're getting a check. Why would I want to go to work when I can make a free check coming in and I can spend time with my family? And a lot of complacency has taken place. All part of the demise. That's how here in the U.S., I don't know where it's at in your part of the world. But this card coming together right here as a collective, the Queen of the Mind, using the mind, getting into it, being independent again, not relying on other people, and how that plays out on the world stage today. Compassionate leadership, yeah. So I hope that helped out, folks, that card. I think it totally did. I mean, like I said, this world right now has lost its independency. This world is completely, not you, of course. I'm saying the majority, it's lost its independency. It is all self-reliant, and it's being set up that way so that way people have no choice in the matter at this point. They are having... they are having to move into a lack of independency. That's what's going on in the world right now. Absolutely. So that was good. I mean, it wasn't an earth-shattering card pull like the other ones have been, but I guess as I start to study it more, and I'll probably come back with some more feedback. But I mean, obviously the other card was that forging a new world, moving, and the contemplation of the choice of a new world. Okay, so I'm just going to finish up with some of your questions. So Lucky Digger, he is coming. Who's he? Who is he? He is coming. Somebody asked me to pull a card. Who asked me to pull a card? Yeah, Kevin, female energy. Absolutely. Everything's moving towards the feminine, that's for sure, because the male is what's jacked it all up. That's why all the superheroes are all female now. All the superheroes coming on the world stage, the majority of them, they're all feminine. The majority of them anyway. It's all moving to back to the female. It has to, because females are the compassion, females are the love, male is the fear. And that's just the way it works. Who asked me for a card? Girl from Anatolia. Okay, we'll pull a card for you. Anatolia, girl from Anatolia. Middle card for you. Let's pull a card for you. I think I'm just going to wrap this up after this. So, girl from Anatolia. So, girl from Anatolia, whatever this means to you, this is the, let me get light out. That's the Four of Wands, a great card. It's tied to the Four of Clubs, this is the representation of Earth. If you look into the card, you'll see that there's what appears to be male, female. They're basically celebrating. This means happy home. Four of Wands, Four of Clubs. This card is always a representation of creating a solid foundation. And that may be, do you have a happy home right now? And if you don't, this is suggesting highly for your code right now to do whatever it's going to take to make a happy home, build a foundation. It could also mean a business that's coming into your life or already has moved into your life. Is that something that you need to build right now as a foundation and getting set up? This is all about foundations and happy home. That's what this card means for you, girl from Anatolia. I think I got that right. So, anyway. Okay, so I think I answered your question. So folks, I'll end with this, folks. If you have the itch to come down to Mexico, if you have the itch to come join us down there, if you want to move there, I'll do whatever I can to help you get down there. I want you to let all of you know right now, Mexico does not have a COVID test requirement to come into Mexico via flight. That is right now. That could change tomorrow. Now, if you live in the U.S. and you have to go back to the U.S., maybe you want to just come down for a month or 2 weeks, whatever, there is a loophole. You can fly into Cancun, do not need a COVID test. And then you would have to fly from Cancun to Tijuana, all the way over right below San Diego, and then you can walk across the border with no COVID test. And that doesn't cost you anything. And then you'd have to take a flight from San Diego back to whatever city you live in. So there is that loophole, just FYI. That's as of right now. That could change. If you want to move down to Mexico, if you want to come down you don't have to move there permanently, but if you have the ability to pack up and come down to Mexico for 6 months, do a 6-month tour, they'll give you 180 days. They'll just ask you how long you're staying. You tell them 180 days. You write it on your slip. They're going to ask you why. Be like, I'm just want to stay down here for 6 months. They want the tourism, Mexico does. So there's no hassles. And then finding a place to live for those 6 months. That's the only challenge. But of course, you have me as a resource. I know there's not going to be a ton of people bombarding me with this, so I'll do whatever I can to help you, whatever resources. If you go on Facebook, there is some groups that are in the Puerto Morales area. It's a small town, Cancun, Playa del Carmen, all those areas. You can go down there for 6 months. You can find a place to live. I know in Playa del Carmen, which is more of a party town, but it's a beautiful area on the beach. You can rent a place down there, a 1-bedroom, a studio for going anywhere from $600 to $750 a month, which is not a lot of money. And some of these are nice and near the beach. Same with Puerto. You can find a place to live in Puerto for $400 a month, $400 or $500 a month, depending on where. Puerto is separated from the south side near the beach and the north side. You can find a place to live, folks, for $400 or $500 a month in Mexico if you look and dig. Trust me, they're there. So if you are having the itch to come down to Mexico and join, or maybe just want to get away, tomorrow's not guaranteed. Make the trip. Book the trip because, folks, hyperinflation, or I know inflation's coming. It's already here. And plane tickets are still reasonably priced now. But, with hyperinflation moving into play, that may not be the case. So prices could go up. So if you have the ability to come down. Hit me up. Send me an email. I'll do whatever it takes to help you out. decodeyourreality@gmail.com. I don't know if they have, I don't know what you mean. Do they have contacted nurses there? I don't know what that means. So when will I go there? I am leaving here. I'm in Mexico right now. Most of you know I'm in central Mexico, 3 hours north of Mexico City in a town called San Miguel. I am leaving here on June 1st. And I am flying over to the Cancun area, and I already have a place. I've already secured a spot, and I'm excited about this. I'm going to be living 2 blocks from the beach. That's what I set up for myself. If I can do it, you can do it. Some of you have the itch to do it. If you can do it, maybe you want to make that trip. If you have a skill set, if you're a healer, and you can add something to the Syncretism Society, and Santos is so easygoing, man. And I know they're going to need people, masseuses and Reiki healers and shamans and anything and everything when it's dedicated to the healing arts. It's welcome. It's going to be welcome there, you know, and you can join in on, part of the reason why I'm going there to bolt on Decode Your Reality and help those guys out and be a part of what they're doing and also that's part of the reason why I'm going. The other part is because I want to go heal my body. I'm not sick, but the point is prevention. And I know my code. I'm a water boy, and I'm like a fish out of water. I'm in the mountains right now, and I've been here for over 6 months. And you know, I'm preferring to be by the water. I'm going to be in the water every day. The water, I was there 2 weeks ago. It's like freaking bath water. And they're going to be doing trips to the pyramids and, you know, beautiful areas in Tulum and the Riviera Maya. They're going to be going all over. And the possibilities are endless. You don't have to stick with the groups, but they're going to have yoga on the beach and meditations. And they have the Taj Mahal and Tez Mahal, I can't pronounce that right. The sweat lodges. Gonna have that. They do it every Sunday. Just sweat and just detox. You can be around the great minds and being part, and you know, you get to interact with Santos. You know, I know I'm gonna be part of the school, teaching in the school. He's got the school. That's what I'm going to be a part of, amongst other things. I know I'm going to have a lot of other roles, teaching in nutrition and all the stuff I've been doing all my life. It's all come down to this, ladies and gentlemen, coming and joining with, that's what I've been waiting for, is joining in with like-minded people that want to help heal the world. Got to heal yourself first. So part of it is coming down and maybe joining in and helping and bolting on whatever it is you do, and then healing yourself. Some of you are not sick, but prevention has a lot to do with all of this. So those are my announcements. That's what's going on. So I'm leaving on June 1st. I've already got my stuff booked. I have 4 bags. And that's it. I got 4 bags and a carry-on and my equipment, and I'm headed to the Riviera Maya, the Yucatan. And whatever happens from there happens. You know? The great part about being in Mexico, just FYI, is it's kind of lagging behind the U.S. So if you want to know what's going to happen in Mexico, you just look and see what's happening in the U.S. And you can kind of gauge, because it just trickles on down into Mexico. And, you know, some of the people down there, they're into crypto. They're putting some of their foundation into that. They're hoping that if we go into that, they have that as their base. You don't have to believe in all that kind of stuff, but there are people, like-minded people, that are in that as well down there. You don't have to speak Spanish. You can get by. I don't know. I don't really speak Spanish. I get by with my translator on my phone. Technology is a wonderful thing. But if you feel the itch to come down to Mexico, ladies and gentlemen, come on down. I am taking Decode Your Reality and Cosmic Sugar and everything I'm doing and all my healing, and I'm moving it and migrating it down and joining forces with the great Santos Bonacci and the Syncretism Society, and this guy Danny's there, who's an amazing guy. He's from New York. He's extremely talented, super smart, and some other people that are already down there. And I know that this is how and I'm just going to leave all of you with this. This is how I know my life's coded, and I know I'm moving in the right direction. I have my gurus who I go to, my people that read cards for me. I don't like reading cards for myself, and I had some cards pulled for me, and it was before I even went to get my visa renewed. After my 180 days were done up here, I had to go renew my visa, and all the cards were lining to go there. And then my new landlord, who I got into to rent a place down there, that I found on the last day I was in Puerto, before I had to fly back to come here. I was looking around. I'm walking the streets trying to find a place because some of them are hidden. Found this one, called it, talked to the guy, and he asked me what I did for a living, and I told him. And he's like, "Oh my God, this is like a sync," because he's like, "I know this guy who is a healer, and this guy does this, and this girl does that." It was like, "Are you serious?" And I don't get surprised anymore because I realize that my code is in line with everything, and I'm following my natural code and my path. It just gives me confirmations, and that's primarily what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking for confirmations to walk through that door and burn the ships and not look back. And just be like, you know what? This is where I'm going. I'm going here, and that's the end of it. I'm not looking back. And that's how I live my life. When you decode reality and you realize that the code is just expressing itself. And when you're in tune with the code and how you get in tune with it, you just keep practicing it. Repetition, 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 repetition. And then one day it just clicks. And then you see everything the way you're supposed to. And then the code, like when I came here, I've told many of you this, when I came here to Mexico, I'd never been here before. My friend Sharon, the card reader, "Logan, you'd love it here. You should come here." So I had an opportunity. I came here. And then when I look around and I see the tiles and the floor, and it's all telling me I'm supposed to be here. And this place was built, I don't know, in the 1950s or 40s or something like that, this building I'm in. Long before I was born. Yet because it's in the code and the script was written before I ever got here, and even before this building was even built, it was built around me coming here. It knew I was going to come here in 2020 and 2021. And it was already set up for me that way. And I know that to be my truth. Some of you know what I'm talking about. If you're not at that level, I'm just going to encourage you to continue to decode who you are, everything around your life. Remember where you went to school, the hospital you were born in, the latitude, longitude, the address of where you were raised in the house, some of the houses you were in throughout your entire life. Study your exes, your partners, why you were with those people. They're all part of your code, ladies and gentlemen. The more you know, the more you're going to get in tune with your code. That's the way it works. All right, folks, so I'm going to sign off. Thank you, each and every one of you, joining in. I appreciate each and every one of you. I really, really do. All your support for Decode Your Reality channel. If you like one of these limited edition t-shirts, go to thehealersproject.com, click on the sale at the top and grab a limited edition t-shirt. They're really good. I like the black one. It's called Black Heather is the actual t-shirt. This is the one I'm wearing, Black Heather. It's the stretchy, a little bit of acrylic or something in here to make it stretchy. It's a really nice material. Be a limited edition human. Support this mission. We have so much more stuff coming in the future days. I have such big plans for Decode Your Reality, Cosmic Sugar, my new brand, for all my readings, and then bolting on that with, I don't even know what's going to happen when I get down to Mexico, but I'm super excited to get down there and expand what I'm doing. But folks, if you have the itch, come on down to Mexico. All right. So folks, that's all I got for tonight. My name is Logan. This is Decode Your Reality. I thank each and every one of you for watching. Until next time, folks, we will see you later.